Good evening, Twitch. How you doing? It's Friday, January 15th, 2021. How you doing? It's another Friday. End of the week, and my goodness, this has been a very interesting week here. Gotta say, with Ace Combat 7 here for our Beat the Backlog, it is a brutally... It's not like... the worst part is, like, this is definitely a hard game. It's a hard game because of the way they designed the missions. Because they are very much a tall order indeed. But I wouldn't say it's, like, brutally difficult, though. I save that for, games that are, intentionally super difficult and stuff. Your Kaizos, your, I want to be the guy and such. Games that are meant to be, like, yeah, we completely made this game to be basically as unfair as possible and not actually meant to be enjoyed in any sense of the word unless you were literally that dedicated to memorizing the entire game front to back. That sort of deal. That's the kind of difficult I say for, like, brutally difficult and such. I mean, there were always extremely hard challenges and such. A roguelike game, people call them always really difficult simply because they're just really difficult bosses. But no, I consider brutally difficult to be like the developers intentionally trying to antagonize you. Hey, how's it going, Newton? Death to the shitworm. Congratulations! I guess you finally beat that floor in Labyrinth of Refrain then? I hope you did. Hope you've also been having yourself a good Friday and hope you have yourself some plans for the weekend. I, for one, am going to try and actually make it and follow through with my idea of writing... Maybe not reviews is the right word. Experience would probably be the better way. Of, like, any game I beat on stream and such for my blog. Something to put it out there. As well as hopefully some other things and such. Obviously, I want to just try and sit down, maybe like make some guides for OBS and such. Things people should know if they actually looked at things. But this time, I'm also in advance going to now pause my stream on my broadcaster on the stream manager page there. So I don't have, according to my report, I watched 520 hours of myself. I didn't just live those streams. I watched myself for 520 hours. How vain am I actually? That's how... it's called multitasking, ladies and gentlemen. You got, as I say, you gotta learn to love yourself, and apparently my way of loving myself is watching myself on stream at the same time I'm streaming. For all we know, it actually might help with the recent disconnect problems and such, since I upped my bitrate here. We're still streaming at 720p here, but I'm kind of tempted to actually push the limit so we can go for just straight 1080. But as always, though, don't worry, the VODs are being recorded, and they're being uploaded to the YouTube channel there. So it's honestly still a bit of a dump. There are a lot of stuff is uploaded. I'm still working on uploading the 2020 VODs. So if you ever want to watch any of my older streams and such, they're slowly being introduced basically day by day, or if they're basically the same game, or of the same night, I try and actually... have them uploaded every single night. So there's always something, at least something new to watch there on my YouTube channel there. I'll honestly be really happy once we get to the 2020. I think the only downside is, though, since I'm uploading the raw MP4 files, anytime I've had a bit of an issue with streaming, such as like, let's just say hypothetically, stream goes down, have to basically start over and such. Yeah, I'm not including, like, the 2 minutes or 3 minutes false start and stuff. I kind of want to just focus on, like, hey, if you're watching this VOD, you're going to get to the gameplay. I don't want you watching a 7-minute video, and then all of a sudden the stream disconnects and there's not even gameplay or anything like that. That I'll obviously still have in the hard drive, but for the most part, though, those will be kind of just locked away on the hard drive and such. Let's see, that was just a boss for his guarding troll crap, which you need for story reasons. It was still a boss. It's still something you needed. I'm glad you're having fun with Labyrinth of Refrain. I don't know why I can't do like the first person dungeon style games and such, but I can't. I think if anything, one thing other thing I might do, I might change my description stuff and literally try and dedicate this stream to basically be about beating games that I own. So I'm not going to worry about like monthly stuff. So if something like bleeds over into the next month, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to stress out about it and such. But you know, if I got 200 games, why not actually try and actually be the guy to say I have beaten every single game I have in my collection, with the exceptions, of course, of any game that's null. We're not going to count those. Nulls are right out. I'll still probably play it, but chances are, especially if it's a null, I always have like a very much a compulsion to go, yeah, I want to actually play through that game and actually get an and beat and such. I'm not going to be a completionist because there's no way I could do what Gerard does, especially since a lot of his achievements and such are, you know, it's like they're grinding achievements, they're multiplayer achievements and such. Yeah, I can't convince people. I don't have that strong of an influence or friends group to actually say, yeah, here, help me get all the Fall Guys achievements. Let's make a review. He's making a show. Let's be honest, what he's doing. He's actually making a show about video games. For now, though, why don't we actually jump back into our cockpit here, and let's go back to flying here. We've received a pardon. We no longer have to worry about being framed for our murder of the president. Although I still have a feeling that's going back to bite me. And don't tell me the stream actually just crashed. Don't tell me the stream just crashed. The stream just crashed, didn't it? Oh my god, please, game. Oh no. Seriously? Are you serious? What is going on here? Oh, come on. Really? Are you real? Hopefully this will actually connect. I'll be back online. I have a feeling I'll be back online here. Let's actually see if this actually is fixed. Now you know why I just watch myself on stream, because I'm going to find out. See, now I know, like, as well, I'd like to actually buy a third or fourth monitor and such. Just so I know. I don't know why I'm getting disconnected left, right, and center. It's actually starting to bother me, honestly. I don't know why I'm always getting these disconnects now. And the worst part is, we've upped our plan, so it's not like it should be having it actually should be having less issues. Like, I go out of my, I think if anything, the one thing I gotta do, I gotta actually disconnect some more stuff from my computer here, because man, oh man. You know what, actually, I just realized what it actually probably is. I do need to actually buy myself a new power supply for my computer. I'm going to do that this weekend. It's about time. I'm going to look at my computer, take it apart, and really find out how many cables I actually need to buy to get myself a more powerful power supply, because I keep getting USB errors as well, and I have no doubt in my mind it's related to the power consumption, because of just simply how old my computer actually is and how old the power supply is, because that power supply I've been using, it definitely has outlived its warranty through and through. Good start. Good start for every single stream. Let's get back into the campaign here. We've got ourselves a mission Orion.
Born downtown in our capital. When I recall my homeland, my thoughts are filled with the sights and sounds of the city. But home means something different to each and every one of us. Therefore, I've decided to visit every place where our citizens call home. The Kingdom of Erusia is a land of diversity. Each region has its own unique and special culture.
Mission 13, Bunker Buster.
The destruction of one of their arsenal birds has significantly reduced the scale of Erusia's air defense network. Ocean forces have moved into the areas where we gained air superiority and freed over half of the Yusian continent. However, Erusia is feeling the pressure and is reacting by attempting to activate the ballistic missile base in the suburbs of Sierra Plata. For the past 72 hours, they've put their resources and people into action, and have already entered the final stages of a launch. The missile silo is deep underground. To destroy it, we'll need a bomber to drop a huge deep penetration bomb in a precise place. Unfortunately, that airspace is thick with clouds at the moment, so it'll be difficult for a bomber to hit the target accurately. Normally, we'd wait for the weather to clear, but with the situation being what it is, we don't have that option. So, we will be the bomber's eyes and find the missile silo. You'll all be equipped with targeting pods instead of special weapons. We need you to fly at low altitude, visually identify which silo they're activating, then acquire it with your targeting pod. Once you press the firing switch, the bombers will drop their payload based on the location data provided by the targeting pod. You will need to keep the silo in the center of your sight until the bomb hits its target, or else it will miss entirely. It takes a high level of airmanship to properly guide these bombs to their targets while flying in place. Naturally, we assume the enemy has positioned anti-air artillery and aircraft in the area of operations, so stay alert. Additionally, we suffered human and material losses in the last battle, so Cyclops Squadron will sit this one out. Trigger, it's up to you to make this work with just Strider Squadron.
Oh, I am not liking this mission. What is with these missions? Oh, I feel your pain, Newton. I may not hate your slimes, but Ace Combat 7's got some brutal missions. You have to keep a visual mark on your target. That is insane. This is insane. I'm not getting any, that's the homing. Damage recovery. Here's a special mission. Special lock on. We're not going to have any special lock on. What was this one? Yeah, this one, all mobility. Alright. Oh my god, I might actually be able to get it. Wait, 50,000, 100,000. I only need to get one of these. Oh my god, I might actually need that. I'm going to go for that. Anything that gives me more mobility, I'll take it. Bomb area or damage recovery. I can get that. Oh my goodness. No, I'm not gonna worry about that. It's... Oh, damn it. Never mind. I've been bamboozled. Can I get it? Can I actually still get it? Yes, I can. Thank you. More than happy to take that. You got, actually. What the heck is this thing, anyway? Long-range homing glide bombs that detonate when overlocked targets. Interesting. Standard 4 air-to-air missiles. 840,000. Wow. No, that's a lot. You're gonna try your stealth. Yeah, I didn't even know you could do stealth in that game. Looks like maybe the... Well, I'm not gonna have any specials, so... Let's go. Alright, where was it? Yeah, I think the F815 was what I was using. Let's go and change out some parts here. Let's actually... New rudder actuator, superior mobility. I think what? Automated fire extinguisher. Alright, let's unequip everything. And what the... Oh, this is just going to be a long list, isn't it? Can we go... There we go. That works a lot better, actually. So, body... Light Blisk, Queen's Custom. There we go. This is what we need. The arms. Let's see. Enhance that. And there's your anti. Shame you only have a certain amount. That's a bit of a shame, but hey, I'll have a lot more mobility.
Strider Squadron, sortie ASAP.
Congrats, man. End game level slimes. Ugh.
Arusia only has 5 IRBM silos in total. Therefore, the enemy's made a number of fake silos to try and throw our bombers off the scent. Did you say fake? They're paying to deliver the real thing from the sky. You can't tell the difference.
It's the wing of that LRSSD that brought down that Arsenal bird. We've got the bombs. You do the terminal guidance.
In order to use the targeting pods, you'll need to change weapons first. Try to align the missile silo with a circle in the center of your HUD. When you're lined up, hit the firing switch and the bomb will drop. You're gonna need to keep the silo aligned until the bomb hits. The enemy set up anti-air weapons in multiple locations. We need to work together to take them down.
Alright. This is our first option here. Love this rock and roll.
Target acquired. Keep the targeting pod trained on that silo until the payload is delivered. Hit, but it was off the mark. Let's give him another.
The warhead should be exposed. Standard weaponry will suffice. But take your pick.
Dropping another bunker buster will take some time. Aim carefully.
Aha.
Strider 1, missile away. Box 2,
How-
box 2.
How did that miss?
Swing and a miss. Be a lot easier to find the silo if the weather was nice. You're falling behind on the targets. Try to align the missile silo with the circle in the center of your HUD.
I thought I could destroy this with missiles. What's going on here? I don't understand. This is confusing me.
This is a serious mission. Was it Wiseman who gave Strider 2 to count? The formation changes every mission. I'm sure he has a reason for it. I'll believe that when I see it. I'm just glad he won't be there to chew my ear off.
I don't know what's going on. This is actually annoying me now.
Where are the reinforcements?
Good music, though. Also, I just...
Warhead should be exposed. Standard weaponry will suffice. Strider 1, we have coordinates. Firing the bunker buster.
Destruction of first missile silo confirmed.
There we go.
We have an aim to the OC garrison. Those lives are at stake. We have no time.
They completely lost it. You can bet on it.
Let's end this madness.
So what's the direction the story went towards? I'm curious.
Traeger, enemy has a lock on you.
Target acquired. Fox 2.
All right. There we go. Alright, where's my target?
Strider 1, target destroyed.
There, that's where it is. Alright, let's get some distance.
The bomb is right on target. We need to take down the craft guiding the strike.
Let's just blame Helltaker, shall we? Let's blame Helltaker.
The bomb was off its mark. The target is still standing.
Alright.
Bandit behind you. Enemy has a lock on you.
I'm in position. He's mine. Breaking hostile lock.
5
Alright.
minutes remaining.
The sky feels open and free today. As a Cyclops, I felt like a bird in a cage. Once this mission's over, I guess we'll be back under the company commander's thumb again. What a pain in the ass.
Why am I not... Ah, this game's targeting.
We'll be on time. Normal missiles won't even put a dent in these silos. Behind target, attacking.
Nope, I'm down. Or not. Don't know how I lived through that, but apparently I can't do what I wanted to do, which was a simple dive bomb. That is really dumb. That's honestly annoying, given the terrain of this game. That's actually very terrible. I just wish this game actually gave some better...
Trigger. Bomb has been dropped.
No structures visible.
Nope. Oh, there's multiple. That's a problem. That's a problem. Great. How many? Oh, goody.
Off its leash. These guys won't know what hit 'em. I thought you were a bird freed from its cage.
Target confirmed. Dropping the bomb now.
Strider 1 is down.
Yeah, I figured I was only going to get one hit anyway. Alright, at least I know it's going to be difficult. At least I know it's going to be difficult.
Arusia only has 5 IRBM silos in total. Therefore, the enemy's made a number of fake silos to try and throw our bombers off the scent.
Did you say fake?
They're painted to look like the real thing from the sky. You can't tell the difference.
It's the wing of that LRSSG that brought down that Arsenal bird. We've got the boss. You do the terminal guidance.
This terminal guidance is actually annoying.
In order to use the targeting pods, you'll need to change weapons first. Try to align the missile silo with a circle in the center of your HUD. When you're lined up, hit the firing switch and the bomb will drop. You're gonna need to keep the silo aligned until the bomb hits. The enemy set up anti-air weapons in multiple locations.
We need to work together to take them down. Watch two.
Keep the targeting pod trained on that silo until the payload is delivered. The bomb was off its mark.
Ah.
It's still standing. Dropping another bunker buster will take some time. Aim carefully.
Very annoying.
Those decoys look just like the real thing. They won't be able to tell. Try to run near the coordinates. Firing the bunker buster.
Bunker buster hit its mark. Time for fireworks.
Destruction of first missile silo confirmed.
The IRB have aimed at the European garrison. Those whose lives are at stake. We have no time.
They completely lost it. You can bet on it.
Let's end this madness.
Of course, I missed. Alright.
Lock on you, Strider 1.
There are some things some ships are meant to hit, and some they aren't. And apparently...
Right on target. We need to take down the craft guiding the strike.
Target eliminated.
This is a serious mission. Was it Wiseman who gave Strider 2 a count? Formation changes every mission. I'm sure he has a reason for it. I'll believe that when I see it. I'm just glad he won't be there to chew my ear off.
Bunker buster away.
Target cleared. Look, there's fire shooting up from the ground.
Missile silo destroyed. That makes 2. No launch site.
Alright, this is getting annoying.
Target is in range of guns. Picking up an enemy squadron. It must be the reinforcements they called in. They don't appear to be going after our bomber. Take them out if they interfere with our mission.
Picking up.
We did it. That takes care of that. Nice work.
Now I guess I'm able to hear everything they're saying. Great.
Don't get
Alright.
too cocky. Take out the fighters if they get in the way.
That's not even towards the base. Oh, whatever. It'll actually be a pain in the butt anyway. If I don't take care of it.
Strider 2, Bucks 2.
And acquired. Initiating attack.
Oh, this has gotta have an enemy base in here.
Missile inbound. Missile inbound. Target eliminated. Watch it. Enemy has a lock on you.
Bomb that base.
Target acquired.
Hostile has a lock.
Target shot down.
These guys over at dogfight.
Watch that bandit.
Bunker buster away.
Damn it.
That was a mistake. No structures visible.
Sky feels open and free today. As a Cyclops, I felt like a bird in a cage.
I would really like to be able to actually shoot the target I want to destroy here.
What a pain in the ass. We don't know when they'll launch.
Guess it doesn't take too much to evade the missiles.
Enemy has a lock.
To all aircraft, do you copy? I repeat, do not let them destroy the silos. Taking fire. Mark 2.
Target confirmed. Dropping the bomb now.
Missile launched. Evade.
Ah, come on.
Strider 1, Fox 2.
Really find a lot of this targeting system annoying.
Fired.
I'm like a wolf that's been let off its leash. These guys won't know I am. I thought you were a bird freedom on his cage.
Can't even get a lock. That's the problem half of the time with this game. Like, it really, this is honestly just the worst part about this game. It really is the targeting system's bunch of bull crap. Ah, crud. Ah, crud. Like, all I'm trying to do is just do a basic bomb run.
Minutes remaining.
And I can't even get an ally to get this stuff off of me.
Target confirmed. Dropping the bomb now.
The targeting pod failed to guide the bomb to the target.
Can't you just make this easy for me? Come on, game. Just make it easier. I honestly, I really hate the fact that, like, everything has just been ground mission after ground mission after ground mission.
Strider 1, we have the coordinates. Firing the bunker buster.
The targeting pod failed to guide the bomb to
How is it missing? It's a fucking bomb. It's not that hard to fucking hit. Like, this is honestly annoying.
The bomb hit. There's nothing but a big cloud of dirt. That silo must have been a decoy.
Like, the amount of time you waste just trying to actually get that direct shot because the targeting system's garbage.
I've got you.
trigger. The bomb has been dropped.
Ah.
Strider 1.
Target the freaking thing. Please, game. Do something right. I'm doing my half. Why aren't you doing yours?
Enemy's got a lock.
Target confirmed. Dropping the bomb now.
The targeting pod failed to guide the bomb to the target. 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, no, this is honest to God garbage. I really hate these missions. I get what they're trying to do, but compared to what you actually need to do is kind of crap, honestly.
Alright, now let's take out those remaining silos.
Missile silo destroyed.
I don't,
You're next.
30 seconds remaining.
Target confirmed. Dropping the bomb now.
Right on the money.
not even gonna make it.
The fewer there are, the harder they are to find. Good luck.
There's only one silo remaining.
Wait. What the hell is that?
Yeah, it launched.
Alert! We've detected an IRBM launch. Confirmed signature on our radar. Launch site is this dam.
Not from the silos?
They certainly hit it well. We still have a
Oh,
chance.
really?
Shoot it down before it reaches critical altitude. There'll be more missiles from the remaining silos.
That's what you get for half-assing it.
Oh, be quiet.
Confirm signature on our radar. Warning, we confirm another launch. Take it out.
That bandit is still on your back.
Enemy behind you. Heads up. Receiving lock. Breaking.
Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the butt.
Additional launch confirmed. Incoming.
What am I doing? I'm literally going past it now.
The target will soon reach critical altitude. Fox 2.
They have a lock on me.
This one's mine. Strider 3 launching missile.
That's the wrong direction. Where's my target? Not that.
Escaping rock. Breaking away.
At least a mission, you don't instantly fail it. I would really like the game to let me see my target, but this is just gonna be a thing, isn't it? There it is. Oh, that's so bad. I'm already going as fast as I can. I wonder.
The target will soon reach critical altitude. The target is about to reach critical altitude. All of the missiles have been destroyed.
Oh,
I was cutting it pretty close. I was starting to get a little nervous.
You're telling me you had us sweating up here, and there wasn't even anything we could do about it. Glad we were partnered with you on this operation.
That went about as expected. Be sure to include in the report how much ass I kicked while off the company commander's leash. Roger that, and I'll be sure to include all the crap you said about Wiseman, too.
mission accomplished. That was, man, that was
Russia
difficult.
only has 5 IRBM silos in total. Therefore,
I'm glad they basically gave a second chance, because honestly, this game so far has been, at a time, mission failed.
We have successfully prevented an enemy ballistic missile attack. Strider Squadron, you did very well without your unit commander. We are now preparing for the final stage of our long-range operation, seizing the capital.
God, that was rough. Another boss, but it took down your paladin. Oh. Oh, that sucks. Well, hopefully you're able to resurrect your paladin. Comedic direction. Something about a love potion and sheep. Yeah, I can honestly just think of those Helltaker. I can't even think actually those comics by Helltaker are actually made by the actual artist who made the Helltaker game. Like, all he really did was just make a simple puzzle push game, but honestly, I feel like that's kind of the whole purpose of even making that game was basically to promote his OP, his basically version of Hell. Or to promote his basic comic series. Mission 14, Cape Rainy Assault.
With the loss of an arsenal bird, followed by the destruction of their ballistic missile base, Erussia is running out of ways to counter. This is a great opportunity for the Osean army to bolster our power to eventually take down the Erusian capital of Farbanti. The special long-range strategy is entering its final phase. Our objective is to attack and capture the Erusian Air Force Base in Cape Rainy in northern Erusia. This important base is at the forefront of our strategy to establish control of Farbanti. Under the cover of night, our plan is that all squadrons will invade from the valley to the south and mount an air assault on the area. The enemy's observation field has eyes on the skies above the valley, so your altitude will need to be restricted. If you go over a certain altitude, the enemy could spot you, ending the mission in failure. Keep that in mind. Once you arrive, you are to take out the enemy's air defense forces as soon as possible and prepare for the support squadrons. When the air defense forces are neutralized, the helicopter squadron should arrive carrying Marines. The plan is to take control of the base. Getting through the valley is only half the job.
Oh, that is going to be rough. Whenever you beat a boss, one party member always goes down. Hey, better than one than your entire party. Sunny and scattered. Get through the werewolf. Get through the valley and seize the enemy facilities. All right. Only 26 units. 3 gunboats. 15 air targets. Wow. I wonder what other things here. Gun machine automatically fires when reticle is displayed. That is a luxury. 840, jeez. All right, what's at the end of this tree? I'm just curious. Quick maneuver, air-to-air missile. Get 18 of those. Small diameter bomb, and an air-to-air, an 8. They really wanted you to use this FA-18, didn't they? They really wanted you to use that for a while. Oh well, I'm not going to complain. Let's start the mission. Must be that F-18 is mine. Land to Or quick maneuver air-to-air. I wish I would say the range. Oh, okay, low range. You know what? I've been having such an issue with that lately. Let's just actually use this then. Also. Now let's just go.
Strider Squadron, aircraft prep complete. You're cleared to taxi.
I'm actually surprised you haven't beaten that game yet, but I'm guessing you're playing that game casually.
Beginning nighttime aerial refueling process. Be careful of reduced visibility.
All right.
1,500 meters to tanker. Make right.
What do you mean left?
Trigger, maintain your current approach.
Come on.
Too fast. Lower airspeed. 500 meters. You have permission to access the refueling tanker.
Wow, they are really getting genuine here. Why can't I not? Yeah, let's level out.
100. 50 meters. That's some nice flying, Trigger.
Ten dungeons.
Initiated. Maintain your current position.
That's a good amount. I'm actually surprised I kept my call sign Trigger.
Strider
All right.
1, you have passed through waypoint 1. No weapons until you reach the enemy base. All aircraft, reduce altitude. We have altitude restrictions from here on out. Keep altitude below 600 meters.
600?
Good. Maintain your current course.
I'm glad I improved my mobility then.
Searchlight up ahead. Watch for it.
Stay out of their sight.
Strider, Aslan's 1. Our current ETA matches yours.
Catch them off guard. Can we secure the LZ quickly? We'll get you down safe. I'm worried you're short on men.
Everyone here's already signed their wills.
That ain't funny.
Never was good at jokes. Okay, follow you in. Good luck.
Understood.
Really hope that didn't count. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Well, at least it's related to actual flying instead of shooting. I'll be more than happy to take that.
Strider 1, you've passed through waypoint 2. The valley's about to get narrower. Be careful.
Oh, that would be an understatement. Why did you turn? Oh, phew. Okay.
When can we take on the final mission? I'm starting to get tired of all this.
This is the last step, Count. We'll take the enemy base and use it as a bridgehead.
Watch yourselves out there. We're going to need all of you in Fort Bounty. Without Wiseman here, everybody wants to give orders like they're the company commander himself. The best thing about Strider Squadron is that our leader keeps his mouth shut.
I see what you did there. Oh. Oh, God almighty, this is a... You know, alright, Strike Suit Zero had a bit of an issue, but this game definitely, I think that beat Strike Suit Zero's final mission. That was... Oh, that was rough. I think... Do we count this as a stealth mission? Real talk, do we actually count this as a stealth mission? Real... Oh, you have gotta be kidding me.
Watch your speed.
I'm so glad I don't have to worry about anyone else who's on my tail here.
You've passed waypoint 3. You're coming up on the base. Closing radio silence. We won't be able to talk again until you're over the base. Continue to keep an eye on your altitude. There are plenty of dark spots that can sneak up on you.
You have gotta be kidding me. Okay, now I'm glad I definitely went with the... What? Nope.
Strider 1 is
Nope.
crashed.
That is rude. That is rude. I do the entire thing, don't I? I have to do the entire goddamn thing.
Waypoint 1. No weapons until you reach the enemy base.
Oh, that is
All aircraft
rude.
altitude. We have altitude restrictions from here on out.
They definitely went with the hardcore.
Keep altitude below 600 meters.
They definitely went with the hardcore on this
Maintain
one.
your current course.
I'm upset at that. Like, this is not even a difficulty challenge. This is a flying challenge, and man, oh man, that was as difficult as you could make it.
Searchlight up ahead. Watch for it.
Stay out of their sight.
Strider, ask this one. Our current ETA matches yours. Catch them off guard. Can we secure the LZ quickly?
We'll get you down safe. I'm worried you're short on men.
Everyone here's already signed their wills.
That ain't funny.
Never was good at jokes. Okay, follow you in. Good luck.
Understood.
Alright. That was rude. Actually, I honestly would say a good deal of these missions just have like some quirk. Gonna speed past that.
Strider 1, you've passed through waypoint 2. The valley's about to get narrower. Be careful.
take on the final mission. I'm starting to get tired of all this.
This is the last step, Count. We'll take the enemy base
you know,
and
honestly, I think part of the problem actually is the controls. I don't think they designed the controls well, like the button layout specifically.
Orders like they're the company commander himself. The best thing about Strider Squadron is that our leader keeps his mouth shut.
Because you gotta be yawing left and right, you gotta be turning left and right. At least getting back to where you were doesn't feel like it takes too much time. I'm worried about stalling. Yeah, like, the one thing that actually bothers me right now is that the game... You know, actually, I just realized one problem with this game. The game constantly shifts your speed. Like, I get it tries to maintain a... What is it? It looks like 600. Yeah, it always tries to maintain you at 600. I think that's a bad decision. You need to be able to fly at certain... You know, at certain speeds that are a lot slower. Yeah, okay. This is what they actually wanted. Up and down.
Watch your speed.
Like, they want a mastery of flying, and like the moment you take your hand off the left trigger, you're gonna crash. Because the game's like, you're actually fighting the game because it constantly is speeding you up to the speed you don't want. If you want enough time
Past waypoint 3. You're coming up on the base.
to
Opposing radio
turn
signals.
fast enough, and it really sucks actually.
Over the base. Continue to keep an eye on your altitude. There are plenty of dark spots that can sneak up on you.
Else it doesn't. What really makes this hard, actually, also, is, like I said, the button layout. That is rude. Like, you can't even actually see where you need to go. There's so many things you gotta correct. Yeah, this is why I like space better. There's no... I'm not flying through an asteroid field 99% of the time here. Oh, come on. I was expecting you not to go that way. Oh, this is... Just gonna speed on through.
You just
You
passed
done?
through waypoint 4. Radio silence has been lifted. You're almost at the base.
We made it. That was quite the roller coaster ride.
Visual confirmation on the airbase. Reach destination.
Commence the attack. It's time for their wake-up call. The longer it takes, the worse off they'll be. Hurry up. Finish them off.
All right, let's give him a beating.
And...
Target obliterated.
Strider 1, locked on target.
Enemy sword attacking! The hell did they come from?
Vehicle eliminated.
Fire up the searchlights! I can't see where the enemies are coming from!
It looks like the enemy's air defenses are online. I guess they finally decided to wake up. Keep up the attack. The sooner we finish this thing, the better.
Landing down.
Roger that. If the enemy is still present in large numbers when our ground forces arrive, the mission will be a failure. Go help our allies.
Be quick. Gotta move on time when the beans is free. Your jokes haven't gotten any better.
Target is in range of guns. Missile away.
They took a bite out of me. Break it. I'm in position. Keep flying. Broadcaster, hostiles are still near the LZ. Can't make our approach.
Strider spotted. Do you have a visual on him? Strider 1, I need you to take out those enemies at the LZ.
What LZ? You really
That
do.
takes care of all the SAM sites. Strider 1, target destroyed.
Lost 30% of our AA guns. Don't fire blindly. That'll reveal our position.
Strider 1, down to hostile. We need to immediately destroying anything that'll jeopardize the landing.
Ah, I had to take that.
Breaking out of lock.
Enemy has a lock. Evade! Strider 1, target destroyed.
Mask was on. Landing down. Trust your allies and keep moving. Space is ours for the taking. Wait the base, Commander. What are you waiting for?
Destroyed.
That's the last of our NGO guns. They've all been taken out. Blake, Blake. You're mine.
Ooh, things gotten spicy.
Reinforcements. Requesting immediate close air support.
Copy that. We'll send some your way.
Pizza guy's in trouble. Let's help him out.
Pizza guy.
Those two Ozian big shots will take care of him for us.
Strider Squadron, do it quickly, or we'll lose the element of surprise.
Air support is on its way.
Target is hit. Strider 1, target destroyed. Target eliminated. Great work.
Oh,
Okay, that attack just took out the enemy from the front line. The way ahead is cleared up. We can have our say.
Give me a damage report. We've suffered heavy losses. This is more than a surprise attack.
Strider 1, Fox 2.
really? That was a miss?
Picking up an enemy squadron. It must be the reinforcements they called in.
There's one leader. The one with the 3 scratches.
On. Alright.
They're after you, Strider 1.
Emergency! Enemy reinforcements! They're chopping us! We can't do anything about their air power. We need support.
Spike, breaking away.
Finally, I'm actually getting to enjoy some air combat.
Strider 1, down to hostile.
Ambush, stay cool. Reform the ranks. Lancaster, requesting close air support.
Strider Squadron, enemy reinforcements. Get some goddamn support there now.
Enemy numbers are small. Don't give in. Fight until the very end. This is 2-2. We're stuck. We won't be able to capture the base at this rate.
Keep your heads down. 3 strikes will take care of the enemy.
Why does this area have so many missiles?
Enemy has a lock.
Strider 1, target acquired.
Advantage back.
Warning, enemy has
I need less.
Not bad, not bad. Target locked.
I'm running out of missiles here.
Bandit sighted.
Warning, missile in the air. Strider 1, missile launched.
That's it. We take out those two. We can force our way inside the facility.
Black 2.
Strider 1, enemy behind you.
Enemy has a lock.
What the?
Target's destruction confirmed. That air support was right on the money.
Please.
Enemy on their heels.
Okay, start running on the count of 3.
We're under attack. Lead the enemy aircraft to the LRSFG.
Great. I get to finally set my booties in to ring the doorbell. There's still quite a few enemies holed up in there. However, we can't afford to wait any longer. Begin the assault. If anyone resists, kill them. Contact!
Okay.
2 o'clock! Go!
Like, they're leaving.
Tear down that barricade.
How'd it go?
Uh-oh.
This is Basilisk 1. The base is ours. We have control of all major functions.
Glad the pizza was on time. Roger that, Basilisk 1. Mission accomplished.
Oh, thank
All
goodness.
prisoners of war will be treated in accordance with international law. We've even brought pizza.
Looks like they can shred those wills.
I'm already getting an earful from the men over the needless paperwork.
No joke.
Okay, go ahead and begin your approach. Move to the flight control.
Roger that.
Strider 1, this is Basilisk. The runway is clear. You have permission to land. The party is on as soon as you get here.
Oh. Oh, no.
Reduce your speed. 3,000 meters to the runway. Turn right. You are right on course. Maintain current heading.
See, it just, like, caps my speed for some reason. Uh-oh. Gonna be off. I'm actually surprised we're landing here. That's extremely dangerous.
Right on the money, Strider 1. Strider 1 has landed. Let's go and greet him.
Strider 1, you have passed through waypoint 1. No weapons until you reach.
Nope, we're going radio silence and just enjoy. Okay, I don't take much joy in this stuff here, but I can at least enjoy the what's the angles here. Oh, there's multiple angles. Oh, that's fancy. I'm surprised they didn't offer a save replay option. That's really sad, actually. I just kind of want to see how far this goes. Oops, that's the wrong button. Oh, wait to hold it. Oh, shenanigans. Let's see, on board. Wow, there's even 4 camera angles. It's amazing. I just want to see how close it took me to actually run into these walls here. Because, man, oh man, this was not easy. It's like, again, was it? I honestly would say, like, the majority of missions are ground missions. With maybe, like, you get 10% of dogfights. Let's see, that's a 360. I like, oh, I can just actually freely move this. Front and rear. Let's actually speed this up to the actual difficult part. Oh, that was actually a lot more difficult than I thought. I am not a fan of all these ground missions I've had to do. Like, you know what? Honestly, this would have been the all these missions here literally just made me realize I should have been flying a helicopter. That's literally makes me realize I should have been flying a helicopter. I personally love fighting games and such, but man, oh man. You know what actually is a lot more mobile through narrow canyons and such? And able to do, like, bombing runs and stuff, or targeting for bombing runs? A helicopter. I do appreciate the realism this game has. It's amazing. Like, the amount of detail, like, this team definitely put into this game, it is noted. It is noted. I am personally surprised I was not spotted by any. Oh, that was close. Wait, really? ×2? Oh my god, they actually did ×2 speed. That's amazing. You can have complete slow motion. Look how close I kept coming towards, like, hitting the wall. You just, like, you can't even tell the distance. You can't even tell the distance. Yeah, I think they need to rethink the actual layout of controls. Like, the controls work for dogfighting. They don't work for all of this finesse flying you have to actually do. Alright, let's skip this. I got my joy. I appreciated how much. I know why sports fans love doing that. Love doing replays.
Excellent work on the night raid. Submarines have arrived from the Ocean mainland and are refueling. This base will serve as a frontline platform for our mission to take Farbanti. We're almost at the end of this operation.
And that was a C rank too. That's disgusting. Uh-oh.
Mihai's second sortie was designed to calculate how his physiology changed under the stress of combat. My job was to compare his performance as a pilot now to when he was younger and understand how his skills evolved. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure I wanted to know the answers anymore. For a man his age, Mihai's body was unbelievably resilient, remarkably flexible. His reflexes were sharp as they ever were. Still, after all those years of flying in the outer layers of the atmosphere, even someone as strong as Mihai wasn't immune to the effects of the strain. The human body is fragile. It was not meant to handle the excessive amounts of radiation that constantly bombarded the stratosphere. For Mihai's second sortie, we used a flight suit that was still untested. He seemed fine on takeoff, but by the time he landed back at the base, he was clearly a mess. He got caught in a surprise dogfight with an especially stubborn enemy. It took a while for Mihai to bring him down. The suit was ineffective. According to the data, it wouldn't let him fly to his full potential. A new flight suit was made to my exact specifications. When it finally arrived, Mihai's granddaughters glared at me with their disapproval. They blamed me for the pain their grandfather had to keep enduring. But Mihai remained stoic. He wasn't the type of man who cared about anything that happened here on the ground. I wasn't worried about it. I was confident the new suit would protect him thoroughly, so that he could maneuver his plane any way he wanted. The moment he took off in his new flight suit, I realized what I had failed to before. Right after takeoff, as the wheels retracted, the plane suddenly arced up. It accelerated so quickly. I had never seen a plane move like that before. Mihai hit the high G's multiple times before disappearing into the blue. The support team couldn't even keep up. And then I knew. I understood why he never seemed to care about restoring his stolen country back to its former glory, and why he didn't seem to care about anything that happened here on the ground. Of course, Mihai's kingdom was the sky.
That is some damn good storytelling right there. How's it going, Brittany? How you doing tonight, man? Hopefully you've had yourself a good week, and hopefully you have plans. What are your plans this weekend?
The operation to capture Erusia's capital, Farbanti, is beginning. This is the culmination of our work. We need to capture the Erusian Forces General Headquarters in the south of Farbanti and end this war. The plan is for ground troops to attack Farbanti from both the east and north, and a task fleet will attack from the southwest. We will secure air superiority over the capital, while providing air support for our allies on the ground and in the water as required. By all accounts, we expect this to be an intense, full-scale battle across land, sea, and air. Should you need to replenish your ammunition or make necessary repairs to your craft, a return line has been set up in the north. During this operation, we will also be tasked with having to destroy the communications satellites that Erusia hacked. If we take down the information communication system that we believe they have control over, it should plunge Erusia into chaos. Once the capital falls, the Erusian military will be isolated and thrown into chaos, making it easier for us to end the war. However, that can't happen until after the capital falls, so you guys are the stars of this battle. Erusia will fight like a tiger, but we cannot lose. We must seize the capital and end this war.
This is gonna be interesting. Thinking doing some studying mostly. Nice. What I need to do, I've been trying to do this actually. I realize what I need to do is like try and actually put a harder schedule on myself. Like put it literally in my Google Calendar and say, hey, this is your routine. And I'm starting to realize maybe I actually can't I can't really edit videos. I'm still trying to actually teach myself, like, you know how you read a chapter a day and try and practice it and such, that sort of deal? I'm trying to actually, you know, because I realize, like, I basically have to get a trade skill. A trade skill of some sort. Editing videos, learning JavaScript, and just starting to just put the content out there and such. Which is why, honestly, I'm trying to even make reviews on my blog and such, because it's easier for me to write and rant than it is to create something on the level of, you know, because honestly, let's be honest, the YouTube bar is extremely high. It is extremely high. That's good to know that you're studying. What are you studying? Let's see. That's 25 air, 22 ground, and 4 naval. What are the 4 naval? Security Plus through CompTIA. Ah. Hey, guns, tanks, SAMs. Rippins, MiGs, and Sues. And yeah, we're taking the land-to-ship missiles. I kind of regret not continuing with the whole IT path. It honestly should be something... I want to say it's simple. I know it actually isn't, but to just simply get a job in IT takes a lot of certifications, and even if you have great customer service skills, you still need to actually really know the tech. And that's unfortunately like the thing I was always starved of, unfortunately, is like, you know, I've learned how to build my computers and such, but I was never able to like access, like, no, you can't access the network, you can't go off and do the X, Y, and Z and such, and they weren't exactly offering classes either, unfortunately, when I was growing up. How many points did I get there? I know I got a C rank there. We're taking the F-18 here. That is, at least honestly, it looks like they're definitely giving you a lot more upgrades actually. Special weapon reload. Do I literally have to buy that for that? I do. Ground hit. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with the F-18 here. We already have what we need. I'm actually surprised how little in the tree you actually need to go. Let's see. First things first here. Nope, that's not it. Parts. Let's go through here. It's custom, that's fine. Increases special unit load. Yeah, I am definitely taking that. How many miss abilities? Standard missile reload time. Standard lock-on range, that's fine. Standard load unit. Oh no, we're keeping that. That's 20 missiles there. Yeah, I was actually, you know what, actually, I'm surprised I didn't mention that, actually. Yeah, I got my own report and stuff. Apparently, I watched 520 hours of myself. Well, like I said, man, if you ever want to talk about stuff, I'm always here to listen, so... Increases special missile power, don't need that. We definitely want that load limit, though. How many hours? What's the damage? How much... Tell me, Fernie. What's the number? How much damage did I take out of your life there? That... Hold on a second. 800... Hang on a second. Hang on a second. We gotta take a moment here. We gotta take a moment. There's an important question I have to ask, actually. Let me see here. I only have 620 hours of broadcasted for this year, according to Twitch. I'm guessing you watch my VODs. I'm guessing you watch my VODs. For you to have 826, because I only have a total of 620 hours streamed. Even with my end of the year report, I even underestimated that amount because I didn't include the times where it's like, oh great, I started up, but then I had to restart the stream. Or things like that. Yeah, that's honestly kind of amazing, honestly. You may have and fell asleep while your phone was on, so it kept autoplaying. That's got to be it. So you know what? Actually, that actually makes sense. That actually makes sense now. Because for Cthulhu the Third, he has my #1 spot. But I had the same thing where it's like, great, it's like I fall asleep. What do I end up leaving on? I left on his streams, and so they would just autoplay. You are absolutely right. That's the mystery. It has been solved. Case has been closed. Yeah, that's got to be it, honestly. I'm honestly impressed.
Strider Squadron, proceed to runway. Sortie ASAP.
Man, it sounds like I should let you just be in charge of the emote. What emote do you actually want me to have? There you go. we'll literally call it Tenprinny. Board has my most channel points.
Our troops have engaged the Fravanti Reconstruction Park, Silver Bridge, and the submerged area. We need you to help our boys in those 3 locations. This'll end the war. It's time. Commence the operation. Our friends are waiting.
Lately, as your company commander, I felt some of you young bucks coming after my championship belt. You really put pressure on me. So I think I'm gonna go out there and handle the score a little bit. Just to show you guys how it's done. I trust I can count on all of you to keep up. Let's get out there, take care of business, come back in one piece.
Strider 1, return lines to the north. Head that way if you need to refuel. Good luck, everyone.
Count is back in the saddle.
Okay, I would really like this missile alert.
Cute. No, it's real funny.
You should see the submerged area up ahead. Friendly warships have already begun the invasion. Things are about to get rough.
They're sending a squadron to defend Stonehenge. Are you sure about this? Yes, we have positive ID. Raise the threat level to maximum.
Keep sending the enemy forces to their watery graves.
3 strikes is overhead. Lady Luck's now on our side.
Missile is closing. Strider 1, break! Missile hit.
Ah, shoot. Oh, okay, so they have a... range.
Anti-ship missile launched. Target acquired.
Everyone's requesting backup. They'll take forever to get here.
All right.
Enemy backup inbound. Forces are heading from 2 separate combat zones. We need to split our forces in 2 and meet both threats at once.
Trigger, head for either area. Cyclops will take care of the other one.
Roger.
What the heck? This is a full-on city. At least a city that was underwater.
Bandit has a lock on me. Fox 2. Okay, Trigger. The park is all yours. We'll deal with the other threat. Plumber Rouse, our real issue right now. They shouldn't have mentioned 3 strikes during the briefing.
Vehicle confirmed destroyed.
Come through. Oh, I have to actually get a certain score. Crap. I just realized that.
That was a fast response. Looks like the enemy understands how important this place is.
Our air support has stopped the enemy. Advance on the hospital.
Ah, crap.
Strider 1, locked on target.
Look at what's left of our forces. Damn that 3 strikes.
Boy, am I glad 3 strikes is here.
Alright, that does it. I gotta take care of some of these ships here. I am not happy about you.
Enemy numbers are staggering. Bandit in my sight. Locked on.
Enemy vessels, fire!
Got these guys before somebody lights a fire under our asses.
Vehicle eliminated.
Ah, crap, Sam.
Target is eliminated.
It's actually a really hard game. I personally think it's a very hard game. Like, I rarely, like, get angry at difficulty, but this game actually kind of makes me rage. It's honestly actually difficult. Oh, there's no way I'm hitting any of those.
Missile inbound.
Like, it's fun because I like simulators, but honestly, it really is also a very frustrating game.
Strider 4, Fox 2.
Anti-air gun eliminated. Fox 2.
Enemy on your rear.
Uh-oh.
Park will be secured. European big shots clear the way.
I know the feeling.
Ah, come on. No, there's no way I'm getting anything from that.
Let them through. We're as good as dead. Fox 2. Fox 2.
Do you know how many you've taken out? Stand your back. We're 3 strikes.
Enemy missile losing. Breaking.
How did that miss?
Target acquired.
I'm surprised all that missed. Kinda need some points here.
The enemy is worn out. This is our chance.
Locked on. New position behind Bandit. Evade.
Take up your missile.
No love.
In our favor.
Fox 2.
There we go.
Salamander 3, Fox 2.
Oh, crap. Like I said, this game, at least to me, like, is really nice because it does a good job telling a story. And there we go. I had a feeling that was going to happen. The only problem with this game is they have you focus on so many ground missions, and when you are doing air battles, like, it's constant missile alert. It is a constant barrage of nothing but missile alert. And it's honestly kind of annoying.
Lately, as your company commander, I felt some of you young bucks coming after my championship belt.
Like that. That's honestly very annoying. That you're constantly under missile alert.
Now it's done. I trust I can count on all of you to keep up. Let's get out there, take care of business, come back in one piece.
Strider 1, return line is to the north. Head that way if you need to refuel. Good luck, everyone.
Like, graphically, this game is also extremely optimized. It's honestly impressive of how optimized this game actually is.
Cute. No, it's real funny.
You should see the
Count just
submerged
does
area
not
ahead.
appreciate his own
Friendly
teammates.
warships have already begun the invasion. Things are about to get rough.
They're sending the squadron that defended Stonehenge. Are you sure about this? Yes, we have positive ID. Raise the threat level to maximum.
Keep sending the enemy forces to the
Also, these land-to-ship missiles just annihilate these guys.
anti-ship missile launched. Target acquired.
If we could just land here, it would change the course of the battle considerably.
Alright, that takes care of the fleet.
Back up. It'll take forever to get here.
Like, for a lot of things they do right, this game definitely appealed to the super hardcore.
Forces are heading for two separate combat zones. We need to split our forces in two and meet both threats at once.
Trigger, head for either area. Cyclops will take care of the other one.
Roger.
Target is eliminated.
Yeah, see, I don't know how you're gonna aim at any of this stuff.
Missile inbound, evade! Locked on.
Stop these guys before somebody might take your asses.
Where did that hit?
Enemy missile detected.
Tank is destroyed. Strider 1, missile away.
Okay, Trigger. Target's all yours. We'll deal with the other threat.
I'll show you all how it's done.
I'm feeling you right now. They shouldn't have mentioned 3 strikes during the briefing. Look at what's left of our forces. Damn that 3 strikes!
Boy, am I glad 3 strikes is here. Enemy 6-me. Okay.
Medic, stay to the entry. I need to back on the front lines ASAP.
The missile got through our ATM. Shoot it. Fire, evading. They got me.
There we go.
On me. Splash 1.
Yeah, but I think it's actually pretty good.
Target acquired.
The only downside is... Man, oh man, are you gonna be dodging a lot of missiles, left, right, and center.
Enemy has a lock on you, Strider 1.
Whether it's a SAM or another copter.
Anti-aircraft guns destroyed.
Medic, come again.
And honestly, like, even the requirements and such are actually a lot of work.
Fox 2.
Our air support has stopped the enemy. Advance on the hospital.
Bandit hit.
Now That's gonna miss. That's too close. How's it going, CJ? The F-18 A/C, I think it's called. Don't expect me to be a aficionado on ships. It's not my fort, unfortunately. Oh, wow, those hitboxes are kind of a pain in the butt. Thank you. How you doing tonight, CJ? Hopefully you've had yourself a good week so far. I would really like less missile locks. Unless I'm dogfighting, that to me is like the only difference. Nah, you're gone. No, he's gone. Oh, come on. What the heck hit me? I wonder what it was. What is shooting me? I have annihilated this entire area. I will. Oh, also, you know, I will actually complain about. I'll also complain about the targeting system. I'll complain about that as well. That is definitely something I will complain about. The targeting system is a lot of garbage. Also, really not a fan.
Split up. The longer this drags on, the greater our losses. Roger that.
This... Okay, finally, Jesus. Well, I'm definitely getting more units, that's for certain.
That area's all yours, Strider. We'll back up one squadron at the Silver Bridge.
Thanks to our air support, victory is within sight. Let's turn the remaining enemies into shark bait.
I gotta see if this actually will destroy this thing in one go. It'll actually save me a lot of... Nope, it does. It requires the 2. It requires the double.
Steer clear of this fucking allied ship. Just how many do we lose? Missile inbound. Infantry charges back.
Arrogant. Careful, so they can turn the battle against us in a heartbeat.
Alright, I gotta go and reload. This is ridiculous. Where is... Really? That actually destroyed me. I would have been angry.
Hostile has a lock.
Seriously? Wow, really? I'm actually impressed that got it. I'm honestly surprised I got it.
The less likely it goes according to plan. And you really think that missile was gonna hit anything?
Come through, just need to get to reloading.
Keep up the pressure. We're almost there. We've just about broken through the enemy's defenses.
At this rate, I should just take the air-to-air missiles. I think I will actually take the air-to-air missiles.
This is control tower. Make your landing check. Too fast. Lower airspeed.
What do you mean lower airspeed? I'm literally going 400.
Lower your nose. You're too high.
Although I will say this is much better than dealing with Top Gun. This is much better than playing Top Gun. And yes, I'm referring to the NES version. I wonder if that takes the total time. I'm sure it does. Alright, you know what? Let's just go and get the air-to-air.
Strider 1, this is control tower. The runway is clear?
18, huh? That's not many. I honestly expected to have a lot more for those missiles. Like, I know I could use the flares, but they only give you 4, so... I don't feel like that's enough in relation to just how many missiles you actually get fired on you. Alright. How much range these guys got?
I want to be as badass as Street Striker.
Don't worry, you can be framed to murdering the president, too. Alright. Let's actually get... We need to get points. It's actually not as much time as I would want.
This is the start. There are small boats hiding in the ruins. Take them out before they can approach the fleet.
Oh, really?
This is HQ. Do whatever it takes to defend
Great.
that bridge.
Well, I'm not going to be able to do anything with this, so let's just start shooting them up.
Missile coming at me. Evading. Enemy locked on. Breaking. Enemy missile inbound. Evading. Missile inbound. Evade.
Locked on. Lights out.
The enemy is worn out. Okay.
What the heck? I see who the heck is shooting me.
On the enemy's tail.
I need to... Yeah, these guys take a lot of hits.
Take care of Niner Sierra for us. Roger. We'll provide supporting fire along with York. Our target is Niner Sierra. Prepare the first volley. Ready. Fire!
Air support concerned. We can organize resistance from the Aggression Army. Operation nearly complete. Just need to see it through. Understood. Understood.
All right.
Understood. Understood. Understood.
I don't even know what we're agreeing to. Well, at least we got the requirement.
Spotted enemy backup. Check your radars. Copy. Trigger. It's about time we finished up here and helped other allies in trouble. You don't need to try and target every enemy. Just keep focus. Take one down and move on to the next.
It's no use. We have to retreat. Eyeball, don't give us a report. You overdid it. Thanks for the fire support. Roger. We've lost half our men? What about the reinforcements? Still have a chance at victory. Backup is coming. They're defending HQ. HQ, this is Squad 2. We've eliminated the enemy resistance. Squad 2 and 3 are making their way to HQ now.
Maybe I should go back to land-to-air missiles. Alright, this actually... Is it in the... It's in the divot. That's what's going on here.
Strider 1, missile launched.
I wonder why I couldn't take out that Sam.
I thought it was easier to survive the battle.
Oh, that's a lot of enemies.
Missile! Missile!
3 minutes remaining.
Strider 3, Fox 2.
Target eliminated.
Our victory is near. Keep fighting.
Don't need a missile.
I need cover. Strider 3, missile! Missile!
Oh, thank goodness.
Stop at the front.
Fox 2.
I always hate how I'm always losing target. Because there's always missiles. It's literally missile spam. I am goddamn tired of constantly hearing missile alert, missile alert. They overdid it, and this is on normal. This is honestly on normal, and I feel like this is overkill.
I need to get away. Thinking.
Strider 1, target acquired.
Powerful AA defenses into the AO. Coordinates Tango 28, Lima 39. Listen, AA. No,
Like, oddly enough, this is actually a lot easier than most other missions I've done. Although I'm still not a fan of the, Still not a fan of the targeting system, because like it's only one button. I really wish it little had a bit more depth. It doesn't do nearest neighbor. It doesn't do any of that stuff. Welcome to Ace Combat. A little sad hearing that, honestly. Because they do a lot of things that are really, really well done. Like, this is honestly a killer story, because it's actually detached from... It still is connected to the war, but it's detached from it. Oh, no wonder why the missiles were being destroyed. An Aegis. What the?
Watch 2. 30 seconds remaining.
Oh no.
Enemy dodged. Continuing attack.
reduced altitude. Fly between the buildings.
Well, the only time I played Ace Combat was Ace Combat 4, so it definitely is a time for me.
Target confirmed destroyed. All aircraft, listen carefully. This is Lancaster. We have the upper hand. The enemy headquarters is almost ours. Operation to eliminate all enemy satellites also underway. All going according to plan. The end of the war is in sight. Think of something you'd like to eat, guys? Because I'm buying.
Roger that. Man, don't jinx us.
You're right. New bogeys. No, 5 Su-30s.
Oh
inbound.
no.
It's Mr. Rex.
Here it comes.
What's going on here? I don't believe it. We just lost ship 3 and 4. We're taking heavy damage. It's like this monster is toying with us out there. We've got to do something.
LRSSG, we have an emergency order from Mission Command. Bring down Mr. X. I know it's a tall order, but HQ wouldn't ask if they didn't have faith in you.
There they are. It's the snowbirds. The 2 leaders are at a different level. But don't underestimate the rest of them either. Mission prep could be fun. What do you mean? It's just like you say, the enemy has experienced fighters in their midst. I have a lock. They evaded it. Something else gets lightning bolts nailed down.
Jeez. Finally.
An enemy is behind you.
First ship is sunk. There's a fighter coming back around.
Don't let Mr. X run wild. Friendlies are suffering heavy damage. Strider 1, missile. Watch 2.
This is the problem. Have yourself a good night, Newton. This is the problem I have with this game. It is literally nothing but missile lock the game. Missile lock, missile lock, missile lock. You could literally only have one enemy on the screen. They could be literally behind you, and it would be nothing but missile lock.
Mr. X is eating through the Osean forces.
No. Who are these guys? Locked on bandit. Locked on.
Like, this is the problem with the game. This is the problem even when you're getting, like, the few moments you get to enjoy dogfighting. It's like, this is 8 to 5. And it literally just won't let you actually enjoy a good dogfight. I'll actually be surprised if I can actually kill this guy. Oh my god,
Sorry, I gotta bail out.
Calling
Strider. Stop Mr. X.
Well, I no longer have those my special missiles anymore, so that's gonna be a problem.
Taking out one by one. Cyclops 3 is bailed out safely. Don't worry, he's gonna make it. Listen, Trigger, real talk. We keep this up, someone's not going home. I'll act as a lure. Meanwhile, you'll shoot down Mr. X. What? See where your plan is headed. Eject. Forgive me. Good luck. Oh God, he grabbed the bait. Time to take him for a ride.
Strider 1, target destroyed.
Here we go.
Man, this is one stubborn bastard. He's on my tail, but he won't fire. Waiting for the perfect shot, eh? Sorry, stranger, but my boys won't let you have it.
We might let him have it.
Enough with your air show, Wiseman. You're pushing it.
Oh, Cal, that's sweet. I never knew you cared. You're all grown up. I'll even let the wisecrack slide.
Hey, I'm being serious here.
Target is hit.
Nice, flying. Give him one more.
He is not pulling up at all. See, now that I can actually focus, this is a lot more enjoyable. Oh my god, he actually is going to have me go through this, isn't he? He is.
Fox 2.
You're quite the entertainer, but the show's over with this next shot. Wasn't a bad pilot.
Come on, close the loop.
I'll keep him on me. Just a bit longer.
I've hit him 5 times. Oh, well, Wiseman's gone.
Shit. Cyclops 1 is down.
Cyclops Wiseman.
Eject already, Wiseman.
I'm sorry, Count.
His plane exploded. Wiseman, stay strong. We're not done here. Cyclops 2, you got the lead. Wiseman, shit. Negative, Cyclops 2. You're the lead. I can't do it. Trigger should take command. Duty is yours. That's impossible. Do it. Damn it. Cyclops 4, form an element. We need our top gun if we're gonna take out that bastard.
How many...
Count.
Damn, I can't seem to find an opening.
Missile hit.
Damn.
Now go finish the job.
Get Mr. X, Trigger. Shoot it down, Trigger. You can do it. In fact, you're the only one who can.
What the hell?
My radar suddenly turned off.
What is it? Respond.
My data won't update.
My HUD is
Damn
glitching
it.
out.
What was that?
I've lost radar contact. What's up?
Oh, this is... Oh, that's not good.
The sky. Towards the sun.
Oh, we're being bombed.
What is that?
A star? No. Maybe an explosion?
Oh, where the...
Squadron, head home. It's not safe to stick around here if we lose our base.
Listen up. We've just lost our real-time connection with Mission Command. It's not just Mission Command. I'm not getting any response from outside our LOS. Farbanti's now under OCN control. The operation was a success. We didn't get the orders that should have come after the operational success. We'll guide you to the scheduled airport. All aircraft, leave this airspace immediately.
Negative. They've got a debt to pay.
Now's not the time for revenge.
Feel the same way.
Shit.
So Wiseman died for nothing.
Might have lost Cyclops 3, too.
This is a peacekeeping force forward base near Erusian territory. Other Allied aircraft have probably been forced to make emergency landings at other airfields. We don't know much. The mission to capture the capital is nearly complete, but we unfortunately have no intel. The enemy communication satellites are down, and we have confirmed the deaths of several Erusian leaders. But our enemy was smart. They had a similar plan. Our own communication systems were destroyed at approximately the same time. We have no idea when or if they'll come back online. Stand by for further details.
Oof. So much for talking about food. Why I'm only getting a one-time destruction bonus. At least they're giving a first-time completion bonus. That's one of the nice things. Alright, what's our next mission?
As far as the chaos we find ourselves in these days, it's difficult to say which side pulled the trigger first. Erusia deployed an automatic intercept system with drones. Osea implemented long-range attacks to bypass them. So Erusia decided to sabotage Osea's communications and navigation technology. Erusia couldn't launch a satellite themselves, but they were still able to hack the software of the Osean transmission and navigation systems. Before Osea even noticed, half of their satellites were hijacked. That's when things got ugly. In an attempt to knock out each other's capabilities, both forces launched fighters loaded with anti-satellite missiles at the same time. Only military satellites were targeted. However, their destruction created a debris field in orbit, which wiped out scores of other satellites, both private and government-owned. What kept the world relatively sane up to that point had been free-flowing data and information. But now, those were gone. All that remained was chaos and confusion. Government and civilian broadcasts and transmissions were cut off. The flow of information had ceased. Forces on both sides of the conflict now found themselves unable to communicate with their superiors. Many of the smaller countries annexed by Erusia and yearning for their independence seized the opportunity and started their own uprisings. As for why some of Osea's military decided to break off from the main force and continue on their own, I have no idea. Perhaps there was some sort of dispute over the chain of command. The continent that had once seen wars that were only fought between Osea and Erusia was now full of numerous conflicts between rival leaders vying for power. Insurgencies were everywhere. I even heard a rumor that a group of Osean convicts had rebelled. Rumors. It never ceased to amaze me that even at a crazy time like this, something as trivial as a rumor could find its way here. Communications from corporate were cut off. Apparently, the entire computer network was down. It was a wise decision to make our drones autonomous with AI instead of being radio-controlled. Wise and forward-thinking. Even with their GPS offline, they can still use their sensors to navigate as long as they're working properly. I'm sure the drones are still working perfectly, following their mission orders to the letter.
Uh-oh.
I wish I could upload Mihai's new data to them. But without a connection, I can't upload the software to the active drones. The new ones we're making, though, there should still be enough time to upgrade those before they're activated. I'll be taking the data I've acquired away from the front lines now. Oh, and I'll be taking the girls, too. I told my assistant Masa it was time to get Mihai's granddaughters ready to leave here. She's not much older than the girls, but she has a way about her, and I'm sure she won't have any trouble with them. I saw a plane flying off in the distance. I imagine it was looking for a safer place. The plane had a rose emblem on it.
Oh. Well, there's Avril. Last hope.
Erusia's communication networks have been down since their satellites were destroyed. Unfortunately, we are experiencing trouble too. All of Erusia has been affected, and we don't know when things will be back up and running. We're not even sure if this is Erusia's doing. Still, we will follow the strategy that was originally planned, and move on to the next operation after liberating Farbanti. Let's get to it. Since the war began, we've been receiving communications in secret from an officer in the Erusian army.
With the capital under our control, Erusia's radical element is losing support quickly, affecting the balance of power.
HQ is thinking of using the military officer as a way to gain leverage to settle peace negotiations. The officer is currently hiding in the outskirts of Anchorhead Bay, having joined up with support dispatched from the Osean Army. The plan is that they'll take a standard vehicle to a rendezvous point at a harbor in the east part of the city, where a helicopter will be waiting.
I would like the new Strider Squadron to provide escort for the officer. Cyclops will remain at the base on standby to serve as defense.
With the communication network currently down in the capital, I very much doubt Erusia will be able to mount a regimented counterattack. However, it is likely that Erusia's intelligence department and the remaining forces who are aware of the officer's movements will interfere. Keep a close eye on the officer and make sure he stays safe. Our victory in Farbanti has given us a golden opportunity to finally end this war. Be safe out there.
Take note that our satellite-based IFF has become unreliable following the recent communications failure. As such, target ID will be done by processing the images from the infrared cameras on your aircraft. Objects will initially appear as unknown on your HUDs, but will be ID'd once you close in on them for a set period of time.
Oh, I'm not happy about this one. Oh, that's difficult. Personally, I'm surprised no one has decided to pursue peace after this whole thing. Man, oh man. Count, Jaeger, and Huxian. I'm surprised Count's part of Strider Squad again. Operation Name Gorgon. Protect the Eurasian officer. Labarthe. How many points do I got? How many points? 731, huh? Assad, a standoff dispenser? Huh. I know that isn't the ultimate plane, but still. He just has the most amount of missiles. Only three flares? What? The number of flares go down, apparently. They don't go down, they do go down. And that is really low range. That is a quick maneuver, at least. Alright. It's the only way to go is just to move forward. Now, wasn't Averil's the one with the rose on it? God, I can't even see anything. Alphabetical order, fighters, multi-role. Oh, thank goodness for the multi-roles. Yeah, I'm going to take this land to long-range air-to-ship. I'm going to take that.
Strider Squadron, you're cleared to taxi.
Last hope.
To the unidentified Osean craft, this is Captain Carl of the Osean Army. Are you here for the escort? You're not the squadron I was expecting. Are you really friendlies? Over.
This is Longcaster. Airborne warning and control system for the Osean Long Range Strategic Strike Group. Captain Carl, they're on our side.
And those two pilots we've heard about must be here too.
Okay, I hope you're right. Longcaster, are all of these really unknowns?
It's a state of civil war. The Erusian army is fighting itself. There's no guarantee the Oseans won't shoot us in this confusion.
We'll image process the unknowns caught in your cams to identify friend or foe. The process will be faster if you get a close-up, well-centered image.
Meanwhile, we just run if they shoot us, right?
Affirmative. Always identify your target before you fire.
War is something I'll never get used to. But tonight has been a total shock.
Oh, shoot.
The city under martial law. Gunfire and the roar of jets echoing through the streets.
Give me Strider Squadron's IDs. Oh, and hand me that sandwich.
And
We don't know our location. Give us orders.
We have no orders, but we do have ID data. Check your TAC terminal.
After that, we'll look for our way home.
You on the road? Whether you're Adrian or not, you're just too stubborn to change with the times.
I would really like to know where my objective is.
AWACS for the LRSSG.
Our info has been updated.
Strider Squadron, identify the unknowns along the route.
Ooh.
It's Erusian.
They aren't responding aggressively.
General, if they're conservatives, they'll listen to us. The negotiations were a success, Lancaster. They've opened up a path for us.
More the merrier.
God, this is intense.
We can't
See,
sit
this
down
is interesting.
here. Be on the lookout for enemy ambushes.
Whoa.
We made it through the Anchorhead Bay area. We're heading along Highway 208 under the bridge. We're taking the coastal highway at the next ramp.
All right.
I would really... How did that not scan? Really meant to actually get it in the dead center, didn't they?
We're the only ones here on our side.
It's our objective. Alright.
There's an unknown on our route. We can't proceed. Wait. General managed to convince them.
Listen, those that protect General LaPaz are the real patriots. Onward!
Whew, I need to stop flying so low.
Strider 1, missile launched.
There's a vehicle up ahead. It's gonna ask us to pay a toll. Get closer and find out if it's an enemy vehicle.
We'll go. Let's go. We archived all the footage that we've shot when the communication networks come back online.
There. That should take care of him.
No such thing as a clean floor.
Signs of the clean warfare at the beginning of this war are now gone.
Ally? Nope. Definitely not an ally.
It's no good. There's still a car on the road. Just to be safe, we better avoid the highway and head for the warehouse district. Lancaster, we're taking a detour. Don't lose us.
Strider 1, General's route has changed. Keep your eyes on his vehicle. Don't let him out of your sight. Vehicle confirmed destroyed.
Here comes a traitor, Lafargue.
Hmm? Yeah, I have a YouTube. It should be linked in the My About page.
What's in that vehicle?
They've been set up in all the right places.
There's a vehicle blocking the road. No response to hails.
Problem is, this is chaos, and I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Enemies coming up behind us. They're gaining on us.
Everyone is just...
We changed our route, but the enemy's still on us.
Alright. No, that was an ally. Or maybe not. Never mind. Fine. Come on, let me... Just give me a general. God almighty, this is actually really difficult.
Punch 2!
Come on, just get in my range. It's that simple, thank you.
Fox 2.
I feel of them can't tell if I'm fighting friend or foe 99% of the time.
Turn right. No, wait. That goes into the oceans. I can't shake the enemies on my tail.
How the heck did that miss?
Maintain speed. Be able to break through that shutter. General, do you mind keeping me down for a minute? You'll bite your tongue.
No, that's a friendly. Yeah, right now with my YouTube video channel, I'm actually focused on uploading all of my VODs that are on the Twitch channel here.
We're almost
So right now it's just what's it? Publishing all my 2017.
I wish to explain to you the situation inside Erusia. I'm sure the boys listening upstairs will report it. The open declaration of war, expanding the front lines, was all the work of some young Erusian officers. They were referred to as the radicals, but there was an unseen force guiding them. It was technology they borrowed from the Belkans. When they actually went to war, the performance of the attack drones exceeded their wildest dreams. And they were incredibly clean, which got public opinion and the opportunists within the military on their side. They even manipulated the princess. The Belkan technology advanced UAV research within the Erusian Flight Test Center by at least 10 years. They used the flight data from a former ace pilot to create drone AI, but to us it's no different than magic or alchemy. Airplanes are meant to be flown by human beings. For those of you listening in, am I wrong? We're heading towards Gruner Park. Rendezvous point at the helipad on this man-made island. We'll ditch the car and take the helicopter from there.
Fire! Fire! We're on your side, you idiot!
Alright. Yeah, so right now my YouTube channel is primarily for that. I'm also making some guides and such.
Calling itself the Free Erusians. An unknown is blocking our scheduled route.
No response. Got a bad feeling.
Oh, that is...
Missile launched. Strider 1, AA gun destroyed.
Oh, dude. I don't think I can hit that. I literally cannot hit that.
I'm hit. Get this guy off my back. Fire on that vehicle.
Never mind, I guess I can.
The VIP is taking fire. His vehicle stopped.
Thank you.
Okay, locker quiet. Firing.
Really? I'm not in range for that? Come on, are you a friendly or an enemy? You're just running. Alright, you're a foe.
Missile hit. Strider 1, don't ice up.
Oh, damn it, I'm an idiot. Well, I just killed my own ally.
Lock on. Lock on.
Missile inbound. Evade. Not done, bandit.
Hostile vessel destroyed.
We're taking fire. We can't hold off.
Okay, this is a little too many enemies here.
Get them before they get us.
Strider 1, Fox 2. Strider 1, missile.
I am very tired of constantly being attacked by missiles.
Strider 1, locked on target.
Strider 1, you've got their attention.
That would be an understatement.
My plane is icing up.
Vehicle eliminated.
The entire city's in a riot.
They actually believe that using robots will put an end to bloodshed. General, we still have drones at our disposal. It's a move for peace talks. We're under attack. Hurry up and do something.
I would like to, if I could actually identify everything. I'm also ready to shoot first and ask questions later. Do I really actually have to kill this one thing? I do.
Try to
God.
help us before we get shot. It's not like this is a tank or anything.
It's the Ocean military. Captain Carl, we have a new rendezvous point. Coordinates are as follows. 263 Tango 4, 199er Delta Lima. Rescue team
Nope.
says hostiles are making
Okay.
the area too dangerous.
Well, yeah, don't they know nowhere is safe?
Ocean forces at landfill number 7. This is AWACS Lancaster.
We're about to cross Anchor Ridge. There'll be nowhere to hide.
That was something.
It's all gone to hell. Even radio chatters about the Civil War. Radio? You have one in your cockpit? So,
An armored vehicle's behind us. It's a vehicle used by the Erusian forces. Take it out!
Trigger, our VIP is in trouble. Clear the way for him.
We're taking fire! Take care of them!
What are you talking about? I can't even see anything with all these missile locks that are happening.
Critical escort objective destroyed. Mission failed. Abort mission.
This is the problem with this game. Like, it's throwing too much at you, and the constant missile locks are not helpful at all.
There are rumors of a military group calling itself the Free Erusians. An unknown is blocking our scheduled route.
No response. Got a bad feeling.
Also doesn't help that those are too long range.
Watch it. Enemy has a lock on you.
Drone is acting suspiciously. Shoot it down.
Trigger's down!
This game puts you on the way to, like, honestly, this game, ironically enough, like, I know this game is over-reliant on missiles. Every single Ace Combat game has always been over-reliant on missiles, but this is honestly to a whole new degree.
Military group calling itself the Free Erusians. An unknown is blocking our scheduled route.
No response. Got a bad feeling.
Strider 1, target destroyed.
Unidentified aircraft to the drone.
I like this mission, but I also hate it because it's just another ground mission. I am sick and tired of all these ground missions where I can't even actually fight anything.
Get this guy off my back! Trigger's down!
Like, I'm actually really sick and tired of doing ground missions here, and now that we're fighting in an urban area, you're not able to really get much of anything.
There are rumors of a military group calling itself the Free Erusians. An unknown is blocking our scheduled route.
No response. Got a bad feeling.
Watch it. Enemy has a lock on you.
Forget this, I'm just killing everyone. This is honestly bullcrap here, having to constantly deal with more missile locks than I have to deal with. Because honestly, it's 90% of the time, it's my allies firing on me.
Missile away.
And you have to kill very specific enemies on this mission if you want the escort to go further.
The VIP is taking fire. This vehicle stopped.
Like that is honestly rude there, that design.
Hang in there. This battle isn't over. Try to help us before we get shot. It's not like this is a tanker anymore.
Captain Carl, we have a new rendezvous point. New coordinates are as follows. 263 Tango 4, 1999 Delta Lima. Rescue team says hostiles are making the area too dangerous.
well, yeah, don't they know nowhere to see it?
This fall has led to another power struggle within the Erusian military.
Like, you have to actually target them, get in their face, and the game constantly is having enemies after enemy fire at you.
I've got it taped, nice and secure.
Disgusting.
We're about to cross Anchor Bridge. There'll be nowhere to hide.
That was something.
The bridge is being blocked off by a tank. This isn't good. An armored vehicle's behind us. It's by the Erusian forces. Take it out!
Trigger, our VIP is in trouble. Clear the way for him.
Like, everyone's just attacking everyone, and it's honestly annoying.
ambushes.
Understood.
System failures caused friendly fire incidents among Ocean forces.
Hostile tanks are keeping the armored formation at Anchor Bay from protecting the VIP. Can you clear them out for us?
No problem.
Also, doesn't help that things will just literally spawn out of nowhere.
Strider 1 is down.
Also, apparently I hit cranes as well. Those are allies, surrounded by allies, and then, like, literally doing a pincer attack against enemies, and none of them are actually shooting the actual target, because no one knows.
There are rumors of a military group calling itself the Free Erosions. An unknown is blocking our scheduled route.
No response. Got a bad feeling.
Strider 1, Fox 2. Strider 1, AA.
How does that not identify that close?
Aircraft with scratches. All traitors will be shot down.
Strider smokes. Three strikes will find you. I'm hit. Get this guy off my back. Open fire on that vehicle.
The VIP is taking
That
fire.
is...
This vehicle stopped.
Prepare to fire on a moment's notice.
This is like, honestly, this entire game should have been designed with a helicopter, and I feel like the only reason it isn't is because... Come on, aren't you an ally? Yeah, you're an ally. Why the hell are you shooting at me for, buddy?
Target acquired.
Thank you.
Before we get shot. Not like this is a tanker.
Missile away. Captain Carl, we have a new rendezvous point. New coordinates are as follows. 263 Tango 4, 1999 Delta Lima. Rescue team says hostiles are making the area too dangerous.
Well, yeah, don't they know nowhere is safe?
The commander.
Cease fire with the Ocean aircraft. General's orders.
Rescue forces at landfill number 7
Fall.
is at 2 hours
Chester within the erosion military.
What the hell? Radio chatters about the Civil War. Radio? You have one in your cockpit?
We're about to cross Anchor Bridge. There'll be nowhere to hide.
That was something.
Yeah, ever since my previous squadron. I've got it taped, nice and secure.
I would really, really like to not have to deal with any more aircraft.
An armored vehicle's behind us. It's a vehicle used by the erosion forces. Take it out.
Trigger, our VIP is in trouble. Clear the way for it.
We're taking fire. Take care of them.
No, I'm crashing.
Up there. Aren't they both Ocean?
Game is requiring too much of a sharp turn.
We're taking fire. We can't hold off. I didn't think we were gonna make it, but you saved us. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hit anything here.
If they don't respond, shoot them down.
Those are allies. Those are allies. Alright, if you're an enemy.
We've almost reached the container area. Watch out for enemy ambushes.
Understood.
System failures caused friendly fire incidents among Ocean forces.
How the heck did I miss that?
Numbers of penal units turning on their former allies. The main conflict concluded.
I'm really getting tired of how many missiles I have to dodge.
Strider 1 was shot down.
I also feel like the AI doesn't do anything. Or that's supposed to do.
Rumors of a military group calling itself the Free Erosions.
Come on, I just... I don't understand why some things clearly are getting hit but some aren't.
Three strikes. I heard scratches on the tail mean that it's part of the beetle unit. All rebels must be taken down.
Oh, what? Get out of here, you stupid tank.
I'm hit. Get this guy off my back. Fire on that vehicle.
The VIP is taking fire. His
That
vehicle's
turnpike is honestly garbage.
Unidentified aircraft to the drones.
Like, there's nothing, there's barely anything a missile can actually get through there.
Get shot. It's not like this is a tank or anything.
Captain Carl, we have a new rendezvous point. New coordinates are as follows: 263 Tango 4, 19 Delta Lima. Rescue team says hostiles are making the area too dangerous. Missile forces ahead, full number 7. This is AWACS Lancaster.
We're about to cross Anchor Bridge. There'll be nowhere to hide.
That was something.
It's all gone to hell. Radio chatters
Damn it.
about the Civil War. Radio? You have one in your cockpit?
An armored vehicle's behind us. This vehicle comes by the Erusian forces. Take it out.
I'm not gonna get points for anything. What?
VIP is in trouble. Clear the way for him. Yeah, ever since my previous squadron.
Where is the enemy? Just let me destroy everything.
Here on out, all aircraft are prohibited from taking off. I didn't think we were gonna make it, but you saved us. Thanks.
The drones aren't receiving my orders. I wish we could be so sweet. Fire from our own allies. Is this place under rebellion too?
Nope. Don't need to destroy anything. These guys should be allies.
We've almost reached the container area. Watch out for enemy ambushes.
Understood.
System failures caused friendly fire incidents among Russian forces.
Now that's no way that's gonna hit.
There are even rumors of beetle units turning on their former allies.
We're outnumbered. There were too many conservatives in the Air Force that hated the drones.
We hate drones. That was the true enemy all along. It was all about the drones. And let's see if I can actually identify some of these enemies.
I'm on my target's tail.
I think if anything, they're all running away. Or not.
We're coming up on a tunnel. We'll need to split up until we reach the exit.
There are no friendlies out there.
There's more to Belkin technology than just UAVs. Thinking IFF designations were one was an astonishing feat. They used it to make
Of course, it doesn't actually target the enemy when you press the targeting button.
on enemy fighters. But in the end, Belkin technology only brought chaos to the world.
I can't believe Urusi is responsible for Harley's assassination.
You talking politics? That's new.
Can't ignore a story like that, right, Trigger?
Oh, I was framed for that.
Confirming Strider 1 destroyed target.
Captain Choice, fire! Somebody take out those allied planes behind us.
Bad news. Hostile armored forces outside of the tunnel. I'm thinking that we should go say hi before they ruin the general's day.
Destroy aircraft and tally marks on the tail.
Alright, that's a lot of units.
This one's all mine.
Look, come on, nearest neighbor. Nearest neighbor. It's not that hard. Shoot.
General's a real celebrity. Seems everyone wants to meet him.
How'd you last long, Captain? If it breaks, then we're here to help.
Missile hit. Vehicle confirmed destroyed.
We're taking heavy fire. Concentrate your fire.
I really wish this... You know what I actually wish for? Every game developer needs to learn from freaking Sandlot. Every single game developer needs to learn from Sandlot if you're going to be able to have destruction here. I'm tired of this modern game design and having nothing but invulnerable buildings nowadays. It's about time you let everything just be destructive. Absolutely be destroyed. I'm honestly absolutely sick of it. I'm sick and tired of buildings literally being invulnerable. Just do what Sandlot does, make it destructible, and let me goddamn destroy the things.
Hostile armored forces outside of the tunnel. I'm thinking that we should go say hi before they ruin the general's day.
The general's a real celebrity. Seems everyone wants to meet him.
Damn it.
Take out Eddie in autonomous mode.
Because I am sick and tired of running away from missiles after missile after missile. Those should be allies.
Strider 1 is down.
I really hate all of these missiles I have to deal with. It's honestly annoying. There's too many. Like, I should not be under that much constant barrage.
It's ID'd as illusion.
The general's a real celebrity. Seems everyone wants to meet him.
Strider 1, target destroyed.
I am really sick and tired of missiles. It's not fun. There's too many of them. Have yourself a good night, man. This is honest, like I said, this is the problem with this game. It just needs to be simple. How did the AA gun live? I like the gimmick of the stage, but honestly, I would think people would be a lot more confused at who they're actually shooting at.
Coordinates are up ahead. Take out any enemies in the surrounding area.
Officers from countries annexed by
Also, really hate.
Glad we waited. Don't worry, we won't let anybody kill us.
almost at the rendezvous. Clear to the others. Understood.
Take out Eddie in autonomous mode.
The radicals truly believe boosting drone productions will make up for our losses. They should be taking responsibility.
Ah, damn it. Oh, thank goodness it missed.
That is why proper conservatives like myself are moving to regain control. If all goes well, we should be quickly.
How'd your last long cast, sir? We've been briefed and we're here to help.
We've reached the rendezvous point. There's the chopper too.
How did that miss?
Who do we turn to in this darkest hour? We need a beacon of light to show us the way.
Well, everyone stopped firing.
Okay, let's go. We're getting out of here. I've had just about enough of this place. I'd like to offer my thanks to the LRSSG. This should finally bring about a true end to the war.
Understood. Good luck.
Are we done?
Multiple unidentified aircraft
No,
approaching.
of course we're not.
This plane is carrying civilians. We have escort fighters, but we do not intend to engage in combat. Please stand down.
What's going on?
Try to get a little closer. Weapon use is prohibited.
What's going on? Dr. Schroeder!
Whoa. There's a girl on board? He's not lying about carrying civilians.
No. Unless she's a soldier.
This is gonna be a big mistake. Come on, I'm dead center. Identify. Please identify. I'm just...
It does seem to be a transport of escorts.
Repeat, this craft is carrying civilians. We are not here to fight.
Dr. Schroeder, tell me what's happening.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but do not attack the civilian liaison.
That's the aircraft my grandfather told me about. The one with the scratches.
I'm just gonna let him go.
There it is. The EASA liaison plane. They engage in witchcraft with Belkin technology. They're responsible for leading the military down the wrong path.
Wait, unknowns attacking the Gull's plane.
Alma, hold on tight.
Lancaster, permission to engage.
Negative.
What?
They could be Osean fighters. ID them ASAP.
Shit.
That's all we can do.
Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the butt.
ID complete. They're Erusian fighters. What the hell is going on?
Stay sharp. Uh-huh. Right. I'm shooting him down. Any complaints?
Granted.
Wilco.
Wilco.
I'm amazed I'm alive.
Dare you interfere? I'm here to deal with that traitor.
Aim carefully.
Yeah, good work. Strider 1 has killed a bandit.
Those guys are good. Something in those Osean big shots too. I managed to catch a glimpse of the three strikes.
That ain't it. That ain't it. That isn't it either. You know, it'd be nice if the game actually offered a... Oh, dude. On.
You're in my way.
Go.
Bandit destroyed. Well done.
Oh, you're not a target. Come on. Where's the other target?
Strider 3 launching missile.
There. There's target. There you are, buddy. Finally. It's like, God, this is the highest I've ever been in terms of elevation. Actually, no, never mind. There actually was one other mission.
Target acquired.
Alright.
I'm hit, but still fighting.
Nice kill.
Good work. All hostile aircraft eliminated. The liaison is safe. Wait.
Oh.
The escort fighter is... the drive. They're missing the drive.
What the hell? You gotta be kidding me. Liaison escort has a radar lock. They're targeting you guys.
What the hell? We were just helping them.
Erusian aircraft, this is AWACS Lancaster. Do not engage the liaison. Break off now.
Can you hear me on this channel, Osean craft? Those escort aircraft are drones. They are currently being operated autonomously. They are not being controlled by anyone. They are flying on their own volition.
What?
In that case, we have no choice but to shoot the aircraft down.
Unfortunately, yes.
We did what we could. Weapons free. You are cleared to attack the escort.
Wilco. Understood.
Wilco.
Oh, God.
Can't afford the MQ-99 launch. Our commands are overridden. They must be accessing it remotely. Which unit is behind this?
Hey, it's not our fault they won't listen to reason. Why build something like that? Whoever did is the king of all dumbasses. Additional hostiles
No,
inbound.
don't stall me.
Great timing.
Son of a bitch.
Strider 1, target eliminated. No. The escort must have used its remote activation rights to gain more allies. Clever.
Target locked.
UAV is down.
Not a fan of this. Oh, I do not feel like jousting with you, buddy. I don't have the I don't have the health to joust. See, when you finally actually don't have to worry about too many missiles, this actually becomes nice and enjoyable. Of course. Although these drones love to joust.
Damn it. They don't have the drive they need. It's not enough to be fully functional. There has to be a time when it should not function. But when?
4 bandits left.
They are after the data, aren't they?
Come on.
I'm on my target's tail.
Damn it!
Shut down.
Like, these drones are literally just firing at will. Like,
This plane is carrying civilians. We have escort fighters, but we do not.
Oh, we're doing this whole section over again.
Stand down.
What's going on?
Try to get a little closer. Weapon use is prohibited.
What's going on? Dr. Schroeder!
Whoa, whoa. There's a girl on board? He's not lying about carrying civilians.
No, unless she's a soldier.
Weapon use is prohibited. We've checked footage. It does seem to be a transport with escorts.
I repeat, this craft is carrying civilians. We are not here to fight. Dr. Schroeder, tell me what's happening.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but do not attack the civilian liaison.
That's the aircraft your grandfather told me about. The one with the scratches. There it is. The EASA liaison plane. They engage in witchcraft with Vulcan technology. They're responsible for leading the military down the wrong path.
Wait, unknown's attacking the girl's plane.
Hold on tight.
Longcaster, permission to engage.
Negative.
What?
They could be Ocean fighters. ID them ASAP.
Shit. That's all we can do.
ID complete. They're Erusian fighters. What the hell is going on?
Stay sharp. Uh-huh. Right, I'm shooting him down. Any complaints?
Granted.
Wilco.
Wilco.
Yeah, good work. Strider 1 has killed a bandit.
Come on.
Don't miss.
Aim carefully.
Mine. No good. Shit.
Come on, you're gonna slow down? No, you, what the heck are you doing? That is a lot of missiles.
Bandit destroyed. Well done.
I always feel like I'm taking the wrong weapons for this stuff.
Target acquired.
I'm taking fire. No flight capable.
Nice kill.
Good work. All hostile aircraft eliminated. The liaison is safe. Wait.
The escort fighter is... The drive. They're missing the drive.
What the hell? You gotta be kidding me. Liaison escort has a radar lock. They're targeting you guys.
What the hell? We were just helping them.
Erusian aircraft, this is AWACS Longcaster. Do not engage the liaison. Break off now.
Can you hear me on this channel, Ocean craft? Those escort aircraft are drones. They are currently being operated autonomously.
He's defecting.
Not being controlled by anyone. They are flying on their own volition.
What?
In that case, we have no choice but to shoot the aircraft down.
Unfortunately, yes.
We did what we could. Weapons free. We're cleared to attack the escort.
Wilco. Understood.
Wilco.
Hey, it's not our fault they won't listen to reason. Why build something like that? Whoever did is the king of all dumbasses.
Oh, got him.
Can't abort the MQ-99's launch. Our commands are overridden. They must be accessing it remotely.
Come on. Where the heck's the next one?
Additional hostiles inbound. Great timing.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, I'm much higher than everyone else. Where is this guy going? Well, at least he'll have that.
Strider 1, missile launched.
What? That is up there.
Target was not struck.
Go.
Target is down.
Locked on bandit.
Nickel.
5 bandits remaining.
That is too many enemies. Too many missiles. That does it. Just take it away. Oh, come on.
Missile away. 4 bandits left.
Please, allies, take care of one of them.
3 bandits to go.
Thank you.
Strider 1, target acquired.
Man, I would have ran out of missiles ages ago.
2 bandits left. Show them what you got. 1
Well.
bandit to go.
Thank
Strider
you.
1, that's what I like to see.
Another story to tell my boy.
Where'd the plane go?
All hostiles have been eliminated. Nice. The General's helicopter is flying safely outside Anchorhead Bay. All aircraft, RTB, mission complete.
All hostiles, huh?
Hey, Civil War.
General, the Ocean aircraft is here to pick us up. The approaching Ocean aircraft.
That's gonna get shot down.
Elaborate. They stole our sealed orders. It should be a piece of cake. Were you sent by the General's staff? No, we'd like you to send no, I can't!
There are 3 scratches.
What does that mean?
The tail of that plane.
Lancaster, are all of these really on?
God, these missions are brutally difficult here. Like the concept, like every single mission I could honestly see right now has been like, just use a helicopter.
In order to respond to the attack on the base, Cyclops has scrambled after being on standby. We'll head up too once our planes are ready. Oh, and Labarth is dead.
What did you say?
Apparently, he was shot down by another Ocean aircraft after he left the area of operations. I mean, I know it was chaos, but still. At any rate, the sealed order operation has come to a close. We have no idea about a plan for going forward.
All we can do for now is watch our own backs.
What's up with the commander?
He's staying in his room. He's still alive, since we can hear him crying.
Oh, so we might be able to finish this tonight. Oh, there's the prisoners that led the revolt.
The island we went to was supposed to have been secured by the ground forces. They hadn't gotten a handle on things by the time we got there, so now we were stuck in the middle of a half-assed campaign. My job was to get the planes ready for combat, making repairs and handing them over to our troop of cons. Thing is, the enemy still had the hangars. The comms were still down, so none of us knew what the hell was going on. The last transmission I heard before everything went to shit was that some prisoners from an Osean military penal unit rioted and managed to escape. They stole some jets and now they were flying around, taking out their former allies left and right. I wonder if any units like ours were out here, creeping around. Hearing the Osean jets firing at each other overhead chipped away at morale. Since the radio was out, it was quiet. I liked it better that way. All I heard was the gunfire. Here we were, walking around carrying rifles. We were pilots, damn it. Friendly fire will probably kill us. You know things are desperate when the guards that used to lock us into solitary are now telling us it's better we all stick together. I guess they think our odds of surviving this war are better that way. After walking for miles across the battlefield, we came across the wreckage of a plane. Passenger, not military. I knew that rose. It was an Erusian liaison plane. The guard's dogs smelled something and took off. They led us to a cliff. And the bodies.
Oh no.
Today, I lost everything. When Osea attacked our capital, my father, a man who was never really suited to being the king, was killed. I was to be flown out of the war zone to safety, but the plane was shot down by rebels. The entire crew was killed in the crash. Soldiers appeared and one shot at me. My dog went after him and shot him to pieces. He was my best friend. After all those speeches I gave about working together for peace, I thought everyone felt the same as I did. I'm sure the soldier who shot at me knew I was the Princess of Erusia. He was Erusian too. More soldiers have come. Now, there is no one left to protect me. I am so numb, I cannot move. I watch as one of their dogs approaches. It sniffs mournfully at my dead friend. I wonder if it grieves for him as much as I do. I can barely think. I feel weaker by the minute. I don't know who these soldiers are with, but I managed to take a sip of the water they gave me.
How long have you been here?
Somehow, I muster the courage to answer the woman's question. I tell her I've been there 3 days. They gather around me with grim looks on their faces. What would they do if they knew I was the Erusian princess? After searching the cockpit of the plane, the woman who spoke to me before came back to me.
This is an air-to-ground tactical radio. It still works!
I noticed she walked with a limp. She knelt down next to me and asked her companions to give me some food. And then, very softly, she said,
"You see, I used to listen to your broadcasts, Your Royal Highness." Just what did you see here?
Well, this is interesting. Homeward.
Okay, enough talk. Your opinions have all been taken into consideration. Beyond the seizure of Forbanti, which is important, and supporting the Erusian officer. At this point, I just don't know what our strategy is, or what our mission will be. Radio communication is still patchy for both the military and civilians, so we're getting zip from Mission Command about our orders. Still, with countless Erusian forces in the area, it's too dangerous for us to stay around here waiting for a miracle. Now, regarding Count's suggestion to think about self-defense, I think we should make a break for Tyler Island. It was a large Osean base before the start of the war. Count says his previous squadron took part in an operation to seize control of the island. It has the only base that will get us to the space elevator without refueling. It's also a transport facility for supply ships that provide drones and ammo for arsenal birds. For the Osean forces that are looking to reclaim the space elevator, those are two great reasons in its favor. If everything went according to plan, the base may already be in Allied hands when we get there. Though based on what Count told me about the island operation, it won't be easy to seize control.
If the ground troops have managed to open the bridgehead, the transport route to Osea for supply ships should be available.
So much at stake, I can't imagine Erusia just giving it up without a fight. Things could really have gone bad.
Even if there are enemies left, they should be pretty easy to suppress.
I just want to go home, man.
Me too.
With that look on your face, Trigger, I know exactly what you want to do.
If Trigger's ready to kick ass, then so am I.
Damn straight. We're with you, Trigger.
It's decided then. Let's get all the aircraft and haul ass to Tyler Island. Although we can avoid the Arsenal Bird's anti-air network, there's still remnants from the Erusian forces. I want to get to the island without getting into any unnecessary combat. Pick a fast craft and fix it how you want. Pack for a long trip, but remember, if you drag your ass, you'll get left behind.
Oh. Wow, we really are flying into the unknown. Completely into the unknown. I don't know how to feel about this. Interesting way to do things, though. Definitely interesting. Can I actually buy this? Yes, I can. I can actually buy it all. I think we'll actually do that. Let's get this F-35. Beware a blast. There we go. Gun alignment. Huh. That would have been really nice to have. Alright. What's this? This 8 air to ground? Wow. What's this do? Oh, that's right. That's the advanced, and that's an 8. Alright. Let's rock and roll. Let's get this new ship. The Lightning II. And we'll take the air to air. Alright, let's equip this thing out here. Alright. Increase the missile load. Lock on range. Let's see. Homing capabilities. Increase the special load limit. That'll be nice. Let's see. Special bomb blast range. No, those are bombs. Special increases special lock on speed. I want yeah, I want power. Let's go.
Strider Squadron, sortie ASAP.
Onward. Cloud cover scattered. Operation Reflex. Provide support for your forces. Hopefully there aren't any ships.
This is Tango 2-3, pursued by multiple tanks and APCs. They'll all go down if we don't pull back the landing craft. And what? Abandoned Tango 2-3?
Something's not right.
Tango 2-3, we don't have the firepower to assist you. You're on your own. Please, we need help.
Wagtail is on the Osean landing ship. What's going on? What did you say?
Multiple bogies inbound. Damn it. Prepare for anti-air combat.
This is the AWACS Longcaster. The aircrafts in your area belong to the LRSSG.
Allied aircraft. A retreating vehicle is taking fire. Requesting assistance.
Roger. ID complete.
Our air support is here.
Strider 1 destroyed target.
Come on. Thank you.
Update us on Tyler Island.
Couldn't be worse. Our forces are scattered and on the run.
They're on the run?
We were waiting for retreating units here to carry them out to safety. Thank God. Friendly birds.
Come on. Thank you.
Newspaper, Lancaster. Many of our allies are cut off. We need support and an escape route.
Understood. We'll do what we can.
Oh, that's a massive amount.
Let's help retreating Osean forces. Take out any hostiles in their area.
Why is it always a ground mission? I am sick and tired of ground missions.
Thanks. It's absolute chaos out there. The Erusians are even starting to fight amongst themselves.
Strider 1 is down.
Damn it. I am really sick and tired of ground missions. I really, really am. Every mission has been a ground mission.
Let's help retreating Osean forces.
At least that was a checkpoint, apparently.
Don't engage till targets are ID'd.
The boots on the ground don't need more people shooting at them.
Thanks. It's absolute chaos out there. The Erusians are even starting to fight amongst themselves.
Well, now we know what's going on, but shit.
Calling friendly birds. Take out the hostiles in our area. Get us out of this hellhole. We need help or we're still up and running. Can you hear us? We're taking fire from multiple enemy tanks. There's more over here. Body scans shows. I don't think they were part of the fight. Look at that. We're all lined up. No, they are not combatants. Some of them aren't even wearing shoes. I can guess what happened here, but I really don't want to think about it. He's a blatant war crime. Take photos for evidence.
Strider 1, target acquired.
Oh, they didn't get the base then.
Strider 1, we've identified the unknown targets.
I'm really sick and tired of hearing missile.
Can't we flank the enemy and strike them from behind?
Roger, enemy has a lock on you.
Jeez. So many of these have just missiles. I'm tired of it. I really hope you're actually an enemy.
It's the Osean military.
Don't they know they're on the same side?
We'll be firing at each other. This is AWACS Lancaster. We're uploading the latest ID data. Check your TAC terminal. You guys got out alive. You have time to figure it out.
Hopefully these things have more range. They do. They've got a lot more range.
Watch it. Enemy has a lock on you.
God, everything is just an enemy. I wish it was a little bit easier to actually get a confirmation.
Our guys just took out the enemy's air support. What do we do now? Send in the tanks!
Allied retreat looks good.
Alright, I am getting tired of this.
We're down to less than half our vehicles. This isn't looking good. We need help. Bring all the units down.
Please target the thing in front of me. You are not doing that, and where is the missiles?
All aircraft, search every nook of the island. We're not leaving anyone behind.
That's a powerful Sam.
All hostiles are down.
Understood. This is our last chance. We'll see how far we can go. Get in the landing craft. Many thanks, Lancaster. We didn't have to leave our boys to die.
Please.
We can't afford to take any more damage. Get out there and do something. Come with us. You see the enemy APC from there? I count 12 dead bodies here. They seem to be upper middle class. Spaceport's nearby, so they could be researchers and their families. Most likely, they were involved with Belka.
Erosion. Jesus, they're firing at each other. Is this the norm around here? It's all crazy people.
Strider 1, warship sunk. Wait, multiple bogies from the east.
Their timing tells me they're not here to bring good news.
We need
Come
to ID
on.
the bogies. Take them down if they're hostile.
Understood.
We are in the middle of a mission to take back the mass driver. Supply ship at the munitions depot. It's highly combustible.
Escort fighters, we're counting on you.
Strider Squadron, we're near an armada of bogies. Identify them.
Chase out the bogies. There's no way there are. Almost there. Commence operation no return. These are unguided. Stay on course. Let's just get this done with.
Really wish the game actually was able to point me in the right direction here. Also, really wish.
Strider 1, missile launched.
Identification complete. It's Erosion bombers and their escorts.
Count's prophecy has come true. Take out all bombers. They'll flatten our allies.
Plenty of civilian casualties as well. Precision bombing is impossible in these conditions. Maybe they know they can't. We're gonna drop them all.
Draw the enemy's attention here.
Trigger, boss, get over here quick.
Strider 1,
I'm not gonna be able to hit that because that building is invulnerable.
Behind the enemy.
That's not gonna hit anything either, is it? No. I can't even hit the thing. Belka did nothing wrong. How's it going, Dr. Pepper? Yeah, they really are trying to shift the blame here. It was their fault. They were the ones who were being greedy.
Strider 1, target acquired.
Come on, Can't even identify it. Can't even identify it. The heck?
More bombers approaching. Intercept them now.
Bombers?
Intercept those bombers. Missile hit.
Damn it.
UAV is down.
Now what?
The bombers are about to reach the island. Shoot them down now.
What bombers? You're not even pointing at them. Ah. Without an actual objective-based targeting, I can't do anything with it. I really hate the targeting system in this game. It does a terrible job of pointing at you where your objective is, because it's just one button.
Can't be serious. How many do they think they'll kill? We've lost contact with the Oceans on the island. We failed.
I really hate how all these missions are just ground missions. That's just salt in the wound there. That is just salt in the wound there.
Let's help retreating Ocean forces. Take out any hostiles in their area. Don't engage till targets are ID'd.
The boots on the ground don't need more people shooting at them.
Thanks. It's absolute chaos out there. The Erusians are even starting to fight amongst themselves.
Missile.
Well, now we know what's going on, but shit. Strider 1 destroyed target.
If you lose your legs, then crawl. You can surrender.
Like, I like this concept here. It's interesting, but man, oh man, does this not do the job it's supposed to do. That's what I really... Oh, the radical... Oh, it was a tank. No wonder why. That... that was, like, up close and personal there. I should have gotten the ID on that.
Strider 1, we've identified the unknown targets.
They're Erusian. Jesus, they're firing at each other. Is this the norm around here? It's all crazy people.
We are in the middle of a mission to take back the Bash Strider. My ship is an munitions depot. It's highly combustible.
I really wish you'd identify. Nope, not gonna let me have the ID, are they?
Don't pursue too deep. We just need to buy some time. Hold them at bay until Operation Feeding Time.
Count to 3, and the enemy's gone.
Count to 3 and...
Let's get moving! Hit the gas and don't let up until we reach the extraction point! I don't want to see anyone! Hostile or friendly!
Move them away from the last driver.
I really want to hit my target. I really hate this game's targeting system. Like, I like the concept, but I feel like the execution needed to be... You need to be able to identify these things a lot sooner. That's a lot.
We're moving out! Leave the dead behind! We'll come back to this island one day and send them off properly.
Come on. Good guy or bad guy?
Allied retreat looks good.
You're getting missiles, buddy.
Target destroyed. ID complete.
We can't afford to take any more damage. Get out there and do something!
Too bad Trigger has to do this mission. Cypher wouldn't have a problem with all these unknowns. You're not wrong on that. You are not wrong on that.
Strider 1,
our boys to die.
Understood. Target hit.
Uh-oh.
Strider 1, target acquired. Target is down.
Ambush, stay calm, reform the ranks. It's fine if we take a little damage. We need to finish this fight now.
Come on.
You're mine now.
How are you missing? Thank you. Alright. My, look how much destruction.
All aircraft, search every nook of the island. We're not leaving anyone behind. Wait, multiple bogies from the east.
Their timing tells me they're not here to bring good news.
We need to ID the bogies. Take them down if they're hostile. Understood.
Why am I flying in the wrong direction?
Should we fire? Even if we're not fired upon? Of course. Chase off the bogies. There's no way they're ours. Almost there. Commence operation no return. These are unguided. Stay on course. Let's just get this done with.
Strider Squadron, you're near an armada of bogies. Identify them.
Oh, that's a lot more enemies than I thought.
Visual.
Like an eagle.
Oh, that is a lot of them.
Identification complete. It's Erusian bombers and their escorts.
Really? Are you sure? I can't tell.
Bombers. They'll flatten our allies.
Plenty of civilian casualties as well. Precision bombing is impossible in these conditions. Maybe they know they can't. We're gonna drop them all.
These reinforcements are elite.
I really need a time just to be able to actually fire a missile. A single missile is all I need. Miss, miss.
Enemy on your back.
Target acquired. The bombers are nearing the island. We're running out of time. Fox 3.
What do you mean bombers? Am I missing them? I am missing them. Completely at the wrong altitude. Gee, maybe if the targeting system in this game was actually decent.
Only half the bombers remain. We can't let even one get away.
On my target's tail.
More bombers approaching. Intercept them now.
Alright, where's this last one? That's not... give me the actual target I need, game, come on! Not that hard. Literally just give me an objective button that lets me actually target my objective.
Intercept those bombers. All enemy bombers have been destroyed. We did it. Continue with your mission.
Unfortunately, these guys aren't the objective.
ID complete. It's the Ocean military.
Don't they know they're on the same side?
We'll be firing at each other.
This is AWACS Longcaster. We're uploading the latest ID data. Check your TAC terminal.
Hold your fire! Confirmed. The info is from an allied AWACS. Hold your fire! Roger. But where are we supposed to believe? Who should we
guys got out alive. You have time to figure it out.
Try to save your ammo. Lure him in and then fire at once.
Strider 1, missile launched.
I am really sick and tired of constantly being under attack by a missile. That is honestly like... If they can even reduce the amount by half. Like, there's got to be so many other things you could actually fire upon. And I can't tell if this game is doing, like, AI as in the AI is stupid, or the AI... Does it? Fine. Alright, I need this gone. I'm gonna die. How many more of these things are there? I honestly think my missile range has decreased as I've been playing this game. Yeah, no, those are gonna miss. Oh, okay. Surprised one hit. Oh.
Dumbass with the scratches on his tail. Hear me? I need you to help some people. There's a group of refugees surrounded by Erusian tanks right here. Needless to say, their future's not looking too bright.
This is a secure military line. Who is this?
Me? You can call me the Scrap Queen.
Longcaster, she's an ally. Trigger and I'd know that voice anywhere.
That voice. So you're still breathing, Sir Count.
Here, let me have a word. Hey, it's been a while. I had a feeling the two of you were still alive. Remember, stick with Trigger and you'll make it.
We have a bit of intel for you. We'll share it if you can help us refugees. Count me in.
That's right.
Echo 13, all hostiles are down.
Understood. This is our last chance. We'll see how far we can go.
Nope, that's gonna miss. Where are these missiles coming from?
A landing ship is waiting for you.
Right. We leave the wounded. This will guarantee us a one-way ticket to hell. Pretty sure we're there already.
Is there... Where?
All the targets.
Yeah, all targets are gone.
Bogey should be ID'd now. Mission complete. Okay, Scrap Queen. Send us the target coordinates.
I was thinking about how I'd do that.
Don't you have a laser target indicator?
Why would she...
Use the smoke canister. It's who's taking this to the enemy's doorstep, not me. Wait, you moron! Wait! What are you doing, dumbass? Here! Attack right here!
Uh-oh.
Longcaster, we confirmed the location of the flare.
That's them. All aircraft, we just updated your threat matrix via data link. Take out those targets.
Don't miss. We don't want to hit the pretty ladies down there.
Hurry!
Oh, come on, a minute?
Good job! The enemy tanks are close. I don't think I can even do anything with that program.
Alright, that does it. Please, for the love of God, targeting system, do something smart. I hate this game's targeting system. I hate this game. I hate this game's targeting system. It doesn't do what it needs to do. It needs an objective-based targeting system. I also hate how this game constantly, and I mean constantly, just only gives you the least amount of time to actually do things.
Take out those targets. Don't miss. We don't want to hit the pretty ladies down there.
Like, seriously, this is actually stupid. Really hate this. Why do those things take 2 tanks? Or 2 missiles?
Strider 1, target destroyed. Watch it. Enemy has a lock on you.
So dumb.
That takes care of them. No civilian casualties. Nice going. Did you hear the singing?
No, I'm not done.
Broadcaster, a promise is a promise. Here's the intel. I heard it from an Erusian soldier that defected. The supply ships will be launched soon.
Yeah, that is valuable information.
That doesn't sound good.
But can it be trusted?
Not sure. Heard it from a man who said he wanted to atone for his sins. Up to you to trust him or not.
Understood. Good luck.
Releasing safety. 10, 9, 8, 7. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch.
Oh no.
The supply ships have been launched from the mass driver. If the supply ships make it to the arsenal bird, they'll be able to resupply it. They may be loaded with new weaponry that we don't even know about. We have no choice but to take down the supply ships before they can get within the arsenal bird's air defense network.
And lightning.
Hurry, or you're not going to make it. 3 minutes to the enemy's air defense network.
Where?
Remain on high alert. We got bandits incoming on radar. You're gonna have to forget about them for now. Focus on destroying that supply ship first.
We're sitting ducks like this.
If we let the supply ship get too far away, we'll never be able to catch it.
Do they really think they can continue to dodge?
Strider 1, target acquired.
Enemy on your back.
There's one.
Did you see that explosion? Looks like that's one of them down.
Remember, there are 2 supply ships out there. Hurry up and shoot the other one down.
If the operation fails, Leo fails everyone who helps.
We've recalculated the remaining
Just
time.
don't care anymore.
2 minutes to the enemy's air defense network.
We're still in this. Playing tag with these guys have a head start.
90 seconds to the enemy's air defense network.
Don't lose them.
You do not need to give me a minute.
Fireworks. This thing had any windows, we could have seen it for ourselves. Nice work, team.
We're gonna find ourselves a boat and leave this island. We'll be taking the refugees, along with any deserters from the Erusian military.
Who's the girl that ran at the tanks with the smoke canister? A few more crazies like her, and life down there may have been a tad bit easier.
What do you think would have happened to those refugees if you hadn't intervened? The princess saw what happened. They were little kids.
That's why I like the sky. You don't have to see those types of things.
Does this mean we're that much closer to ending the war?
No, we just basically prevented it from going on forever.
Count's right. We have no choice but to return to our original base. Our base that is nearly out of food and fuel. We need to do something.
Great. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, one of my main gripes in this game has been consistent, is that they constantly are throwing both air and ground missions at the same time. But they're primarily so focused on the ground that honestly, this game would be better if it was a helicopter game, not a jet fighter game. Like I like the narrative. I like the story, actually. It really is really cool that, like, great. Now you don't know who is actually who. That I like.
Everyone's here. All right. Good work in sinking the supply ships. Not to mention saving the refugees. However, we're in no position to start celebrating. Even the commander here is starting to fray from the stress.
Can't say I blame him.
Now, Tyler Island is in a state of complete anarchy. This base isn't safe either. The faces you see around you are the only friends we've got. Take a good look.
That was a B rank. 220,000 for first completion. That's amazing. And what are the medal? Bronze Ace. And got new skins. Alright, let's go to the next mission.
We found a boat, then sailed away from the island. We had to. We didn't belong there. The new guy's name was George. I noticed when the anarchist said his name, he said it with a thick Belkan accent. How did you know that he was from Belka?
Well, both my parents were from Belka, so...
You never told me that. They say that Belkans are known for their conspiracies.
That's just a stereotype. Now, I simply stated my honest opinion and was thrown in jail for it.
The princess sat there looking miserable. That was a dumbass stunt she pulled back there, but it got us on this boat. Take a look at that. This ship is heading for a single rope that's hanging down from the sky. Do you know how far the end of that rope reaches?
Outer space.
No. It is a direct connection to the very potential of mankind itself. Or at least it was until war erupted.
It's my strong belief that the rope might be connected to a very distant, faraway source of great conflict and strife. Even long before the war, the whole world started falling apart once Harling began trying to build it. I often wonder what was going through Harling's mind when he was trying to destroy the very thing that so many people were sacrificed in order to create.
Sacrificed? What do you mean?
Have you seen all of those countless old space shuttles on Tyler Island that are no longer in use?
Yeah. I always thought of them as a good source of scrap. They're an obsolete technology that was abandoned during the construction of the space elevator. Which would mean that if the space elevator was destroyed, it would be that much harder for mankind to reach the stars. Until we find another way.
But even then, Harling still went ahead and tried to destroy it. At the cost of his own life.
That's not the way I heard it. What I heard was that he sacrificed himself to protect the tower from an incoming missile.
Oh, I was told he tried to fly his ship into the tower in order to destroy it.
I wonder which story is true, Your Royal Highness.
I don't know. Looking at it objectively, it's reasonable to believe that Harling had both options before him.
When it comes to which one you think he took, I guess it's like a mirror.
Yes, it is. It's like a mirror looking into your own soul, based on whichever choice you believe it was. At the moment, though, I can only see darkness. I think that thing should be destroyed.
Mission 18, Lost Kingdom.
It's time for the briefing. Although, since we don't have any contact with HQ, it's not like this is an official mission. Anyway, it looks like the seizure of Tyler Island and the relief from Osea have been postponed. In the meantime, we just have to do what we can to survive. Since losing its capital city of Ferbanti, Erusian forces have separated into smaller, autonomous factions. It looks like Erusia's largest force and leading faction will pass through the area around this base. The space elevator is significant to them, so they're probably heading there.
Should we intercept?
Why? I doubt they're gonna start a fight now.
Our top priority should be to get home. Let's go already.
Yeah. It's not like we have the supplies, power, or even a real reason to put up a fight. But what are we going to do if they bring the fight to us? We need to be ready to push them back. If we head inland from here towards Erusia, there's an old castle that's been converted into a stockpiling base. Shalaji Castle. It's currently occupied by some of the Erusian forces that broke off, but we need ammo and fuel. They appear to have converted a freeway into a runway, so we can expect them to have the capacity for air combat. But they'll be easier to handle than Erusia's lead faction. While we can't use all our aircraft to attack, the transport carrying the stolen supplies needs support. Okay, Strider Squadron. You head out first, and neuter the dogs at the stockpiling base. Rendezvous with Cyclops Squadron, who will bring the transport. Then we bring the supplies back to this base.
Got it.
Aircraft are our only threat.
Sounds good.
We'll make it. We're all gonna fly home. Together.
Actually, that's kind of why I actually like this, was that you had characters who basically weren't... Obviously, they were involved, but they were indirectly. Or they were passive involvement. They weren't actually the military or anything like that. If anything, my experience is only playing Ace Combat 4, actually. And the kid, admiring the heroes of Yellow Squadron. I love the way they actually been handling the narrative and such, but man, oh man, these missions are not easy. They're not easy at all. 36-16. One of my biggest complaints is that they keep asking you to dogfight makes the ground tech jets like the A10 pointless. Yeah, I think that's honestly one of my big problems, is basically the game is either constantly asking you to destroy ground targets as a priority, which, let's be honest, makes sense. You're not going to have 100 air units. I'm actually surprised we haven't been fighting an increased number of drones or anything like that. Like, I kind of expect the actual, this is Ace Combat. You're going to be jet fighting, dog fighting. Hey, this is all about drones. Perfect opportunity to have that you actually made a narrative saying, it's going to be a lot of dogfighting and such, left, right, and center. Nope. They went in the exact opposite extreme, and most of this game is literally ground fighting. Like, where you literally have to fly at 10 altitude and fire your machine gun just to shoot at the enemies. It's honestly kind of brutal. Operation Beehive captures Shalaji Castle and surrounding areas, the 24th of October, 2019. That is a lot of enemies and howitzers. Also, I'm not a fan like how the tanks can actually take 2 hits, even with the missile powered up. 04. I'm assuming that's Ace Combat 4. You mean? Still the best story in the whole series. Not gonna say yes, but I'm not gonna say no either. But I don't know. 8-to-ground missiles. I feel like I should buy that. The standoff dispenser sounds interesting, but I'd rather have that. Can I buy anything else? What the heck's stealth? Enhances aircraft stealth capabilities. In other words, just an increase in defense. Increases gunpowder. I'm actually surprised like there haven't been more gunfights. And I'm also surprised like you can't dive bomb? Like, I'm using the expert controls here, so I know I can roll and everything, but man, you still... Even with this jet here, I'm surprised my mobility still feels like garbage. Maybe actually I should be using one of these. Honestly, I probably should have actually gone with the bomber. Might have been a better option here, actually. Is that literally... Yeah, the C-57 is actually the furthest down you can get on that one. Special weapons range. What's that up? Alright. Can't really buy any other upgrades. Give me that missiles. Alright. So that gives me 40 of them, huh? I have to do with what I got there. Ace Combat 4 is a little bit of an odd one. Because it's both a 4th Ace Combat game, but it's also an also an Ace Combat game that takes place in 2004, so it works in both ways. Oh. You know what? Actually, answer me this question. I've actually been curious about this. Is this literally the same universe, the same world as Ace Combat 4? Because I vaguely remember, you know, Ueza and the space elevator, actually. Like, I think, if anything, I remember the construction of it. If anything. I still think, like, honestly, narratively, this game actually does a great job. It's the gameplay, oddly enough, that frustrates me this time around. Just simply because it does not stop with the missile locking. 1, 2, 3, 5... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 6, and 7. Isn't that... Is that all of them, or is there actually another Ace Combat game I'm not aware of? I've only, like I said, I've only played 4 and now this. And I think I got this game, it was on sale because I was like, you know, it's been a long time since I actually played a flying game. It's been a damn long time since I played a flying game since Ace Combat 4.
Strider Squadron, aircraft prep complete. You're cleared to taxi.
Alright. Lots of ground forces, huh? Hopefully I can just take care of them. Oh, great, all unknowns.
No allies here. No need to ID your target.
Oh, thank goodness.
We've set a number of priority targets, focusing on their anti-aircraft weaponry. Okay, team, get to work.
One of the PSP ones whose names escapes you. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. What the heck is that? That is a watchtower.
So, we capture this base and take the fuel and supplies. That's the plan, right, Trigger?
You take if you want to live. That's how it was where I grew up.
I was just double-checking mission orders, Ocean.
Our
anti-air guns are destroyed. Abandon and fall back to our rear position.
Ooh.
Strider 1, missile launched.
That is... Oh. Oh, so joint assault, Assault Horizon, even take place in our world. Oh, okay.
There are more vehicles along the road. They don't appear to be military. They're Erusian refugees. They must be fleeing since the conflict got worse.
Unidentified aircraft. Identify at once or we'll open fire.
What are you talking about? They already are firing on us. The enemy's confused.
I know. Hurry up with takeoff prep.
I almost just took out Jaeger.
Our anti-aircraft weaponry is down by 30%. Why are they attacking this base? We're all out of ammo. Don't give up. We're not going to lose our country again.
Oh, I feel bad for what I'm doing. Feel really bad what I'm doing here. Heard a lot of complaints about, was it, Assault Horizon. A lot of complaints about Assault Horizon.
So what's this faction split from the Erusian military?
The autonomous state of Shalaji used to be a nation. The region has always leaned towards independence. Those who want to restore their homelands flock to it. Apparently, their core consists of officers from Vaslij, which neighbored Shalaji.
Are they our enemies?
They're our enemy's enemy, but not our friends.
That sounds like a wasted opportunity. That sounds like a wasted opportunity.
The resistance is strong. They seem pretty desperate.
Come on. Sorry, buddy. Apparently, guns aren't gonna use them. Let's actually try and be nice here and actually take out the targets. I guess Horizon Legacy should be mentioned since it was a remake of Ace Combat 2. Really? I didn't know that. Ah, come on. Let me actually target what I need to target, please, game. Thank you. Yeah. Alright. Let's just take care of the targets and not have people lose their lives today.
There aren't that many. Aim carefully and take them down.
We're coming up on the castle. Let's hurry up and capture this base so we can get its fuel and supplies.
Shit. I feel like we're a group of burglars.
We are.
For our survival.
Yeah, I know.
That's Shalaji Castle.
Surprise, I'm alive. Not. No. 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 Please, game. As someone's played Assault Horizon when they were desperate for Ace Combat for a while, it's not that great of Ace Combat. I heard they actually, like, really tried to expand a lot more in the game. How did none of that hit?
Just how much do they want to take from us?
Yeah, they can go on ahead without me.
What the?
They still have plenty of missiles left, but the launcher is toast. Please, somebody answer
I would really like to just be able to hit a target. How I broke the rules of war. No. Alright, that does it.
This battle's over if we don't get up there, along with hope of restoration. Don't worry. As long as we accelerate inside the tunnel, they won't be able to shoot us down that easily.
Locked on.
Please, thank you. The bomber mission was pretty cool.
Their interceptors are in the air.
Ah, heck.
Getting to takeoff speed inside the tunnel is insane. Soul Squadron airborne. Shoot the invaders out of our skies. Good luck, Soul Squadron.
Understood.
How is that missing?
Airspace. Turn around and we'll be forced to shoot you down.
This is the Ocean Long Range Strategic Strike Group. Land immediately and hand over your planes and base to us.
You must be the snowbirds. It's absurd for you to be talking so tough after losing one of the leaders at Forbanti.
You bastard!
You defile this country. As long as you're here, this country will never know peace. Shit.
Missile inbound. Drinking.
Strider 1, target acquired.
On. God damn it, out of range.
Watch it. Enemy has a lock on you. Watch your chaff and flare supply.
I would like to actually worry about my chaff and air supply, but it's kind of hard when they're actually useless 90% of the time because of how many missiles actually thrown at me.
We just need to buy ourselves some time.
Locked on.
What the hell do you know about Wiseman? These guys are pretty good.
I have not hit at all.
Watch it. Enemy has a lock on you.
Enemies has had a lock on me for ages. What parts do I have on? Primarily weapons and the increased mobility and the Queen's Rose.
Pilots are known for their skill. Let's leave this fight to them.
Or the Scrap Queen's Rose, I guess, is what it's called. Like, things, basically, I'm trying to actually just keep my mobility up and just do as much damage as possible with my weapons.
I hope he's okay. Failing under those conditions. I can see his parachute. Let's pray he makes it to safety.
3 to go. Don't let them work together. Back up trigger. Wilco.
Righto.
These guys are just as responsible for Wiseman.
Oh my god, I'm flying so low in speed, and yet I still can't actually, like, turn on a dime.
Missile launched.
Thank you!
He's ejected. Damn. We can't even last long enough to buy ourselves some time.
Uh-oh. Oh no. What the heck?
As expected, but a lucky shot would be boring.
Some kind of energy weapon. No, it's a railgun.
Strider 1, you have a bogey approaching at high speed. Bearing 090, straight from the east.
Now I regret not taking my freaking ground missiles again. I feel like I'm constantly choosing the wrong weapons for these missions, each time, every time. That is definitely a railgun. Oh my god!
I'm testing this aircraft. You must find your own sky. We can still help you. Don't waste your life. Dedicate it to reclaiming that which you call home. Furthermore, we must find someone to guide you. I'm not that person. Mihai,
Oh dear.
Hey, look at the color of that plane. Damn, that's the flames of hell. Time for payback.
Negative. It's no good. I can't get close enough.
Leave it to Trigger. The rest of us will just get away. Rest form a perimeter to catch whatever slips through.
Wilco, might just cost us our lives. Strutter 1 is down.
That is a turn on the dime kill.
High-speed projectile launch from enemy aircraft.
I'm only upset that basically no matter what I'm doing here, I'm always going to lose. And on normal of all difficulties. What are you shooting at me? He doesn't have missiles. He's a freaking railgunner. How is he hitting me so like that? That's not physically possible. Yeah, that just instantly killed me. What the hell?
Unidentified aircraft, land your plane and surrender. Why do you feel the need to continue fighting on your own? He's not alone. Look around you.
I see. Perhaps it would have been best to entrust the future to pilots like that. Let me test him then to see if he's truly worthy.
God almighty.
He's flying, but if he takes another hit, it's a miracle you're not in a million pieces.
Like the sky's been sliced wide open. The experimental unit told me to stop the deploy.
Someone to guide us. No, can't think of anyone other than you.
Swear to God, if they come back.
Keep firing those missiles until you blow them to pieces. This weapon is not enough to take down 3 strikes. This aircraft is my body. If they are not enough, then I must put my soul into it.
Oh, he is gonna run me.
Strider 1 was shot down.
And now we've hit the brick wall.
High-speed projectile launch from enemy aircraft.
I'm testing this aircraft. You must find your own sky. We can still help you. Don't waste your life. Dedicated to
I hate the fact that I was taught like this high-speed turn ability, and it does it is worthless in this game. It is completely worthless with how many can't even see him. Like, this is the one dogfight, and it's like, all right, great. Here's the super.
Mr. X is ascending rapidly.
The missiles went straight for the sun. Not a casual move.
There we go. Finally.
Hit on unidentified aircraft. The enemy's mobility is still unfazed. Keep up the attack.
Oh, crap baskets. I feel bad. Like this, I feel like this is the one time you could actually really do a good. I really wish the guns were were useful. Come on, it's not even gonna hit. Oh my god, it actually hit, and I got a machine gun hit. It's a miracle. Oh, I walled on mission 5. You wanna know how bad I am? I walled on mission 5. That took me forever.
Smash those missiles right into the ground. Is this guy devilish? Hey, this just seems like another ordinary day for him. That bastard's moving in a way that minimizes the damage even when he's hit.
No.
Keep firing those missiles until you blow them to pieces. This weapon is not enough.
At least this thing's giving me the actual... Finally giving me a dogfight. Alright. What the... Where did he go?
There are pilots like you in every generation, and I've found every last one of them.
I don't know how I lost him. Oh, how high are we going, buddy?
It's a hit. The unidentified aircraft is going down.
You got him.
No, I didn't.
Trigger has splashed a bandit.
They wouldn't do that, not in this game.
Can you hear me, pilot with the 3 strikes? This was all due to my ego. I unleashed pure chaos upon this world, just so I could keep my wings. Put a stop to the drone production.
Is this a message to Trigger? What does it mean?
I don't think this war is over just because we shot down Mr. X. Yeah, it's gonna take something else entirely to end this thing. I just don't know what.
You're saying you killed Cypher, Scarface, Mobius 1, and Blaze? Wait, is Mr. X literally was a former Yellow Squadron unit? Is that what you're saying? I remember Mobius. I believe Mobius was Ace Combat 4, if I remember correctly.
The resupply went well. We should be okay on food and fuel reserves for a little while at least. Luckily, the rumor that the Erusian army is advancing nearby is only a rumor. There's no sign of them from the skies. Rumors, rumors. This is what happens when you lose communications. But we got one good fact. The plane Trigger shot down was an advanced model of the XO-2 Wyvern. It was developed in the last Continental War. Erusia had a lot up their sleeves. Apparently, they were even supposed to have Belkin aircraft back in the First War. What if Trigger couldn't shoot it down? Just thinking about it gives me chills. We're lucky to be here. In war, you never know what's lurking behind the curtains. But it looks like everything's loose now. A solid chain of command, rest periods after sorties, a battlefield where you know friend from foe. All of that's gone now, lost in a fog of confusion. Feels like a distant dream. Now, just how the hell are we gonna get out of this mess?
Well, there's a couple options. You could choose not to fight at all, as in literally nothing. Or you could realize that, hey, guess what? You were probably fighting just like your ancestors did back in the 1700s, or older. There have literally been times where wars have been cited because there's no intel. Or you actually end up not knowing who your allies are. Mobius 1 showed up in the VR missions for Ace Combat 7, so unless you did it within the first month of the conflict, I call it shenanigans. Well, that's interesting to know. Like, especially training Yellow 13. That's interesting to me. And that's a lot of MRP. From what I understand, there's 20 missions.
When we got to the mainland, we found the space elevator's support facility.
Oh no.
I guess this was the factory where they built the gigantic structure the elevator traveled in. There was this little girl sitting in front of a mural. When the princess saw her, she shuddered like she'd seen a ghost. The girl had a stuffed animal. This was the day after the shit went down at Tyler Island. She walked right up to the princess, took her hand, and led her into the factory. One thing's for sure, they knew each other. The factory had been converted to a production line for Erusian drones. It was fully automated and chugging along, making drone after drone after drone. Once they got inside, the princess stopped and just stood there.
Oh no.
Another girl was there with a man in a lab coat. He was trying to use his keyboard, but she wouldn't let him. She took a data chip and threw it on the ground. Then she walked over to us and took the gun from the prison guard's holster. She pulled the trigger and destroyed the chip. Later, I found out that the girl with the gun and the one with the stuffed animal were sisters. They were also the granddaughters of Mihai A. Shalaji, the legendary pilot. Gramps used to talk about him. He said Mihai was the top ace from 2 wars ago. Know any Belkans? Because this guy was a Belkan, and they love to stir shit up. Pitting nations against other nations is a particular favorite of theirs, along with developing hyper-advanced technology.
That's right. I'm Belkan, born and raised. My country is gone now. Rather than surrender to its enemy, Belka detonated 7 nuclear weapons on its own soil. My people scattered around the globe, living in the shadows of other countries. We had a new purpose: to breed wars. The theory was that through war, we could achieve our destiny and our revenge. I had just finished inputting Mihai's data when his granddaughter came in. She destroyed the only copy I had of the information I squeezed out of him. The girl loved Mihai. No one knew more than her just how hard I pushed her grandfather for that data, how much I made him sacrifice in the process. I promised his granddaughters that his efforts were not in vain, that it could end this terrible war. But in the end, it only caused more chaos and despair. We were responsible for all this damage, all this tragedy. Now, we were going to pay for it. The Erusians, once our allies, would see to that. I had lost the drive to continue my work, even before I noticed Mihai's granddaughters eyeing me with suspicion that one day. I should have stopped then, for all our sakes. Mihai's granddaughter tossed the gun aside. She said if she resorted to killing, she'd just end up like the rest of us. And by us, she meant everyone, including the princess. Like me, the princess was afraid to look into the girl's eyes. She knew that by encouraging her people, she kept the war going. Mihai and his granddaughter were victims of it, and now, they too were paying the price.
Is this for Belka? Or for Erusia? My grandfather had only one wish: to continue soaring through the endless skies. That was the only place where he felt alive. But I don't even have a country to call home, let alone the sky. The Black Forest, the lake, they are no longer mine. Even though those lands were once cherished by my late mother. We have to learn to put that sense of nostalgia behind us and behave like mature adults.
My homeland. She's right. It feels so far away now. The woman with the rifle approached me. She was focused on more pressing issues.
I checked the computer. All of the data on the legendary Ace had already been installed.
No, I pulled it before it was completed. However, there are 2 aircraft that are already scheduled to be manufactured based on that data.
We must destroy the factory.
This isn't the only one. There are more facilities just like it, and the 2 planes containing the data will be manufactured at one of those facilities.
So, this place runs on solar power that the space elevator generates, right? How about the others? We can destroy the space elevator and cut the power to them. First things first, let's take this one out.
I'll show you which locations to target.
I stood there, thinking about that mural by the factory's entrance. Harling commissioned it to be painted. I realized that in the background, behind the dancing figures, the artist had painted several space elevators. I understand now. The space elevator wasn't designed to exploit Erusia after all.
Good. And afterwards, we'll bring down the space elevator itself. No matter why it was built, right now, it's the root of this chaos.
I wonder.
Yes?
I wonder which path you would choose when looking at Harling's mirror.
Mission 19, Lighthouse. How's it going, Barbatos? Somewhat frustrated. Getting my butt whooped in every mission. Apparently the usual for Ace Combat 7.
The briefing started.
We've done enough air operations. Just let us go home.
There's no path for us to get home. Whatever direction you fly, it'll be right into a hail of enemy fire. Earlier, we received a communication via the partially restored General Network. Here is what it contained. Apparently, the Erusian radicals have gathered around the space elevator, as it's a source of energy. Give the warmongers a powerful energy source, and you give them the luxury to keep on fighting. In response to this, people from both Osea and Erusia have joined forces, and will take down the final Arsenal bird in a saturation attack from the air and the sea. Once that's achieved, they'll take the space elevator from the aggressors.
Has the source been verified?
It could be fake. I hear you. Take a look at what's written at the end. Hey, dumbass. If you want to bring the world back from the brink, go to the lighthouse. You can see the future.
Dumbass? Sounds familiar.
Certainly does. It's from those guys we met in Tyler Island, the 444 squad. It's a message to all those looking to end the war. But I also think it's a message for Trigger.
Guess we'll do what it says.
Okay. Well then, I'm thinking we go roast that damn bird.
Looks like we're all on the same page. It's time to end this war.
He's not wrong, too. That's the best part, Barbatos.
Let's go get that Arsenal bird.
He's absolutely right. It is Mahale, Dumitru, Margareta, Cornelio, Leopold, Bianca, Carl, Aeon, Ignatus, Raphael, Maria, Niketa, Shigali. And even my chance of actually saying that was completely butchered. Oh no, we will just use Mahali Shigali. That is... But it is absolutely hilarious that is actually his entire name. I mean, hey, honestly, I respect Dr. Pepper for actually taking the time to do it, because I actually love the story of this game. That's actually the strength of this game. The gameplay, however... Oh, that just makes me salty. Oh, that just makes me salty as all get out. Operation Daredevil. Take down the Arsenal bird. 31st of October, 2019. Sunny and broken clouds. Well, hopefully we'll actually know who's allies and who's not. Like, honestly, they really did. I think they did a good job being a drama. It's the 4 air-to-air missiles are probably my best chance here. Kind of wish I could actually get another way to get, other power-ups, though, unfortunately. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to. Special weapon flight distance. Like, honestly, in retrospect, I would have gone for, like, the ground. Not the... No, that's all multiplayer. Like, I probably would have gone for this ground route over anything else. The DLC missions are so good, but the main missions are like these. I feel, like I said, I feel like it's a weird miss between how many missiles get fired at you at once, making me actually question if your AI is actually doing anything or if it's just for, you know, for show. And how focused it is on ground. I think my only other complaint actually is how the game is in constant control of your speed. So if you're not actually using the brake or the thrusters, it'll actually restore you back to a speed of 600. And for that canyon flying mission we did earlier today, oh man, that was brutal. like, I'll be honest, I'll actually complain about the controller layout for that mission just simply because, yeah, you constantly need to be pumping that brake and adjusting your yaw, and that's like, it honestly kind of makes my hand go in a weird direction. It's like, I really don't think you're meant to actually have your index finger and the middle finger on both of the shoulder on both sides of the shoulder buttons just to be able to get through that mission. What do I think about? Mahali's fine. Mahali, I think, if anything, is very much the old... Like, I like the way he was narrated. You weren't really actually getting his perspective, you were getting the scientist's perspective. You were getting the doctor's perspective. And I feel like that was actually a nice, you know, a nice touch there. Like, I can't, you know, leave it to a person who's actually experienced, you know, war to not only become very detached from the world, but also at the same time, too many characters in this. I think they definitely were ambitious. I would say, I definitely would. I don't think there are too many characters. I feel like, if anything, it's more of they try to do... They were ambitious of trying to actually tell the story from two parts. Because you had the Scrap Queen, and you had the Scientist. They were the primaries. The Princess actually was not a main character in this game. She was clearly a supporting cast character. It was really the Scientist and the Scrap Queen. Scrap Queen. Like, all the banter that actually happens up in the skies during the missions and stuff, I actually think that's actually perfectly fine, where you actually have events and such happen, where you have characters like Count, you have Wise Man, you have all those things that actually interact and such. I think, if anything, the voice acting in the scene, they must... oh, excuse me. Sorry, I have no water, so you'll have to excuse me if I sound congested here. They really got some powerhouse actors. And I don't know why you're denied that. Why the heck is that? Really? Really? Waifu is apparently automod. Really? Automod. Come on. Give the man a break. Let a man say waifu. You're at bot level 0. And apparently, I guess if anything, the mass of the internet decided that waifu should be a banned term. Honestly, I really don't think they did exactly a lot with the princess. The princess is exactly what she played the role to be. A puppet. She is purely the puppet character that was needed to, say, keep a war effort going. Because, honestly, it doesn't even sound like the Scientist was clearly... He was the one designing the technology, but even he was not exactly... Like... You can't say, like, yeah, it was all up to him. He was the mastermind. No, he was, if anything, kind of like the Scrap Queen. They were the ones who simply had the means to create the tools of destruction. Unfortunately, both of them were in positions where it's like, yeah, I'm kind of forced to. The best character is the cardboard dog. I don't even remember a cardboard dog. I remember inflatable Jeeps. They were inflatable Jeeps. Always remember the inflatable Jeeps. Alright, but we finally actually have a pure air mission. That's a miracle. It is a miracle we have that, actually. Yeah, to kind of show you what I actually have, I have the Queen's Custom equipped here, because why not? Anything that gives me mobility. Equip the superior maneuverability. I don't even know if you can actually level these up. That's actually the weird part. I don't know if you can level these things up. I'd be surprised if you could, actually. And probably would, actually, because I would love to actually have... where was it? Yeah, increase that missile power, because that does nothing. Absolutely nothing. JPEG dog is the best dog. Oh, right, the dog that was actually right by the princess and such. Oh, shoot, you're right. There was the cardboard dog. It didn't look cardboard to me, honestly. I think, if anything, the graphics were perfectly fine for the video, for the cinematics and stuff. That would make sense. That's for the multiplayer only. Let's see. Increases missiles lock-on speed, special units, increases special missile power, standard homing capabilities, standard lock-on range. Yeah, standard missile load unit. Yeah, I kind of went in Does this actually increase lock? No, it only increases lock-on speed. That's fine. Actually. No, I want that one. Increases standard missile lock-on range. How much am I losing? 20 missiles. 20 missiles of... Nah, 20 missiles of power. That's 20 missiles of 20 missiles.
Strider Squadron, sortie ASAP.
I don't even know how active the multiplayer for this game is. My favorite jet fighter? Hard to say I have one, honestly. I was really reliant on the F-18 AC for a while, because that just kind of... No, not the F-18. Which one was that? It was at the start of the tree, in the middle, for the multi-roll.
Get into formation. We have the numbers.
Well, if it isn't the LRSSG, looks like our luck has turned. LRSSG, you will secure air superiority. There are Erusian aircraft in the Coalition, so they have been ID'd as friendly via the data link.
Just confirmed it.
The Erusian government aircraft, including drones, will show up as hostiles. You two aces, I'm thinking it's time to show us what you've got.
We don't have two anymore. Guess nobody told them. That's quite true, Count. It's not just two. Wiseman trained his squad well. Everyone still entered as an ace. He'd be proud of you all.
Aww.
To all of you who have gathered here, regardless of your country, this is headquarters of the Ocean Army Southern Command. Wait, you can forget that designation. We are a coalition formed exclusively for the sole purpose of taking down the Arsenal Bird. Wait until we're ready to strike the Arsenal Bird in unison. Roger.
Right, we're speaking on an open channel. The enemy can hear everything he's saying. There's no other choice. The Erusian aircraft are in the coalition as well.
Squadron and Rival Squadron of the Erusian Air Force. We're here on our own.
Uh-oh.
This is Zone 2. The public and boss ledger also moved to London. Southern One Squadron.
This is Mr. X's crew. Count, ease up. Engagement is forbidden.
Don't worry, I know. We need every bird we can call upon. Even if they were flying with the guy that killed Wiseman.
You never need to worry about running out of pilots.
Some of their squadrons are in weird formations.
They have manned aircraft for UAVs and fleet equipment.
This is just to keep the going.
Wow.
UAVs were sluggish once the leader went down.
I thought as much. Drones without leaders are slow as hell. The biggest tool on their side. Drone leadership right verified.
Okay. Commencing transmission. I'm speaking over both terrestrial broadcasting and video transmission networks.
Oh, forget this. I'm done with this.
First, our goals. Destroy the space elevator. Second, we want power to the drone factory cut in order to put a stop to all the war and chaos that its products caused. And last, we want to bring an end to this pointless war that has given rise to a state of anarchy. Let me tell you what's going on right now. The land is overrun with refugees who have lost their homes. This is no isolated incident. In spite of that, the war continues to rage overhead.
How many more do we need to take out?
Shoot them down one at a time. They'll run out eventually.
So these are all just drones over and over and over again.
Are the friendly Erusians rebels or what?
They're rebels, but I'm sure it's more complicated than that. Brush up on current events later. Focus on the enemy.
Copy that. Take a look. See that line continuing above the horizon? The cable goes up to the sky as far as the eye can see. Not many people know this, but the space elevator is the world's tallest transmission tower. In theory, its radio waves cover exactly half the globe. We've jacked up signal in order to reach out to you.
Oh, that's a lot of enemies. God, this is finally the mission I wanted from this game all this time.
Some coalition this has turned out to be, huh? They'll keep talking big once the war's over, too. And bet on it. We need something or someone to guide us.
The communications infrastructure down.
Oh, not again.
Can only be transmitted to certain regions. If you can access the server,
Listen.
consider yourself lucky. You get to see a real live princess. Hey, Cosette, say hello to everyone.
Safe over here. You're taking away all their guns.
Yes. Let's open up the exit. Everyone get the refugees into the underground tunnel. George, Tabloid.
All right, understood.
I love the fact that you shouldn't actually be able to hear it, but I've always enjoyed the fact you could actually hear, like, the enemy broadcasts and such. Call me a sucker, but I love it.
That stray UAV. Take it down now.
Surprised there's no actual core target.
Our princess is looking at a mural. There's another one here too. It shows a whole bunch of space elevators.
Let's hope any of those hit. I am a sucker.
Missiles launched from the arsenal bird. Helios projectiles. All aircraft, stay clear of the blast area.
Blast it. Oh, no. Oh, I'm dead. I'm already dead.
10 seconds to impact. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Impact.
Get me out of here.
Broadcaster, we have more incoming.
Proceed with caution.
I don't even know how that actually got destroyed.
Security system, but we've got this. If what he said is true, this will give us at least 10 seconds. Cosette! Cosette! What the hell's wrong with you?
Uh-oh.
Get back here! As you all saw, we have a problem. The princess went by herself into the maintenance area and has shut us out. No idea what got her going this time. Stupid woman.
Come on, get down. How are you still alive?
Missile launch from the arsenal bird. Shit, airburst tight.
Oh, no.
Helios arriving in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Helios arrived.
I do not need to look at that explosion. Nope, too late. I'm not cool. I've looked at explosions. I'm gonna run out of missiles here.
I said we were gonna take down the space elevator. It's not like we can just go out there and chop it down. At the top of the woodbreak, 6 location markers have been set in place. They monitor distortions in the space elevator.
Ah, damn it.
Those are the locations we need to target.
Alright, I need to zoom in here. This is actually getting ridiculous.
The elevator has fallen. Until its safety can be confirmed, all microwaves will be stopped.
Oh, I get it. What a party.
I was gonna do it myself. You dumbass.
Helios launched from the Arsenal bird.
Oh, God almighty, get me out of here.
5 seconds. 3, 2, impact now.
Get here.
That, it's all over.
Raphael?
Helios arriving in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to arrival. 2.
K Nagase? Alright. Is there an actual objective here, or we are still just shooting down random ships?
30 seconds remaining.
The enemy has escaped. Man on my feet. I can't get him off.
Miss, target still active.
Come on.
The monster bird is
Would
on
just
track.
love to shoot down one with a gun. Fine.
Target is hit.
2 hits!
Inform the coalition units. We're nearing 0 hour. 10 seconds until the united attack on the Arsenal bird.
Incoming!
5, 4. Everybody,
Oh, no.
give this attack everything you've got. Open fire!
All missiles were shot out of the sky. Attack failed. Cruise missiles did not reach their target.
Damn monster.
Longcaster warning all aircraft. I have multiple blips on my scope.
Here they come.
That's something.
Doubt I'm gonna be able to just simply shoot this thing down, am I? Oh, it's got a railgun.
Lasers!
Heavily damaged by laser weapons. Warriors captured aircraft controlling the signal blast! Twilight boat!
HQ, we have a problem. Damage to the Allied fleet is extensive.
That was some pretty impressive firepower. I, for one, did not see that coming.
The active protection system operated as expected. We should launch another saturation attack. Air power. You'll throw the Arsenal bird.
Strider 1, enemy on your back. Caution! Enemy has a radar lock on me. Go down.
Look at that light from the Arsenal bird.
Pay attention. Missile inbound to me.
It's readying its APS. All aircraft, break off from the Arsenal bird.
That's close. Without the AWACS, I would have been a goner.
Alright, that does it.
That's not the control room. Go through the airlock and get on the maintenance elevator. Head to the top of the windbreak. Do you think you can put on that pressurized suit by yourself? You'll never get it on with those frills. Yes.
I'm getting sick of that arrogant bastard. Seriously.
No good. The engine control room is gone. Get water to the opposite side. A radar room there.
Nothing's phasing. Where are we supposed to hit it?
Strider 1, target acquired.
You mentioned last mission how much you hate consistent missile alerts. I do. I still hate them.
HQ, it won't be easy to take down the Arsenal bird.
Oh, shoot. Shields up.
Pilots in the world won't save us unless we have a plan.
Yes.
You're just thinking about it now? Cover any friendlies that's hit.
Cyclops 1, enemy missile.
Got one behind you.
Box 2, box 2.
It's readying its APS.
Uh-oh.
Damn it.
Hey, come on, give me the actual target I need to shoot.
I can see a light bulb shaped thing, but it isn't lit up.
That's it. That's a location marker. Have it somewhere, right?
Got it.
Is there something we can do? Just evading like this will get us all killed. Sub-propeller confirmed destroyed. Main propeller 1 confirmed stalled. Good work, Trigger. Keep up the attack.
I would really love to actually reduce the numbers here if I didn't have to actually aim at this super powered.
What should we do?
Calm down. I'll do something.
What are you gonna do? Ted, smash it. Smash all 6 of the bastards. It'll lose power.
The heck is shooting at me?
Damn shield. Just go away. Be gone. Disappear.
On cuckoo count.
Away with you.
Put down. There we go.
Just what kind of magic did you work there, you asshole?
It wasn't magic. It's a scam. Now's our chance. Do it, Trigger.
The lights. It switched to the backup power supply. That means
I was able to get a lot of damage on that, but I'm out of missiles now.
UAVs are dropping altitude fast. Please, they're down.
the drones are acting crazy. Have you seen this? The drones are falling one after another. They've completely lost control.
Strider 1 has destroyed a sub-propeller. You can do it. There's no way it isn't damaged.
It's the main propeller.
Installed.
I can't even see my target. I don't even see it. Alright, sub-propeller. Thank God. Did I? Oh dear. Well, that would explain why I couldn't see it. I was literally right under it. Laser.
Got these things, no problem.
Song is honestly, Ace Combat's music has always been great. I don't think I could ever think of a time where it's like, yeah, you know what, it sucks. At least from my experience, but I only played 2 games, so... Come on, target. I only have one thing to target. Thank you.
Trigger got a sub-propeller. You're getting the hang of this, Trigger.
That should be it.
The main propeller is moving again. Just how hard is that thing? It's down to destroying the antenna's base. Say what? If we destroy the docking modules, the supply unit will break off of the arsenal grid. That'll leave the antenna base full. Light it on fire and we can cook that bird. Theoretically, that may be possible even for an experienced pilot. That would be a problem, but... Yeah, but our guy's more than just an experienced pilot. Trigger, let's do this.
What am I...
Besides, if you thought it was impossible, you wouldn't have said anything.
Watch out! The drones are falling! The refugees. Everyone calm down. You want to get yourself killed? George! Tabloid! Get back here! I can't leave that girl to die. Fine, fine. Get her. Be quick about it.
Is everything okay? The drones are acting odd.
Run! Run! Careful!
Oh, this doesn't sound good. Forget this, chaff it. I don't have any chaffs.
Is everything okay?
He ran that distance with a girl in his hands.
Good. What about Tabloid? Is
He didn't make it. Tabloid never makes it.
Saved. Saved.
I swear to God, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be shooting at here. I really don't. And it's actually driving me nuts here. That is too tall of an order to actually pull that off.
Don't let yourself be distracted. Just focus on what you need to do.
There's still more? I don't even know what's left. Please, just say target. Just...
Docking module destroyed. One left.
This'll be a good story to tell my son.
I would...
Target acquired.
Enemy on your back.
God, it's like a needle here.
Watch it. Enemy has a lock on you.
When does enemy not have a lock on me? I don't even know what I'm supposed to be hitting there because of this game. Just give me the actual target. Oh, well, that's just evil. Okay, now I know what I have to do. Yeah, oh, I'm just gonna get myself shot down here, aren't I? That is... No one... You know what's weird, actually? Alright, I think that's it.
You should be able to see the wrecked tenant where the supply unit was. Destroy that, and even the mighty arsenal bird is sure to feel it.
Good luck.
Leave it to Trigger.
Don't let us down, Strider 1. Clear a path for Strider 1.
Leave the big fish to Trigger. We'll take down the UAVs.
We're counting on you.
I gotta get in front of it again. Yep, it's air jousting. It's the worst kind of air jousting. No, it's not back there. Where is it?
Enemy on your back. Strider 2, check your six.
Watch your remaining missiles.
Missile inbound. Drinking.
Strider 1, target acquired.
Is it done?
Confirm destroyed.
Thank you.
Forecaster. Oh my god. The arsenal bird is on fire.
Trigger, break off.
Oh, that's difficult.
Losing altitude rapidly.
Arsenal bird is down.
Longcaster, can you estimate the point of impact?
Don't worry, looks like it'll be open water. All aircraft, avoid the target's path.
That's the last of the rogues. Even in death, that thing is intimidating.
That thing, that was a fight. That's like... I don't think this game actually set it up for that.
These people here were alive up until a few moments ago. My friend was here.
Oh, don't tell me Tabloid died.
This is just one of the many sides of war and what it does.
soldiers around the space elevator. If you surrender now, we will not attack. We can hold them off until support arrives. Our unit surrenders. You guys better not throw away your lives either.
Wait there, Princess. We'll get you down.
Don't worry about me. Please just take care of the refugees. I'll parachute down. What?
Warning, incoming bogey.
Are those the drones we saw at that factory? I'm coming down. I'll see you on the ground.
No, wait!
Oh no.
Enemy on my 6. Those guys are bad news. Trigger, boss, do something.
Strider 2, missile inbound! Cosette! What?
This isn't the time for that.
Cosette!
She's dead.
Avril, they're headed this way. Get the refugees to safety now. Strider 2, you're hit. Are you alright? Still breathing. I won't be flying much longer, though. There's an Osean carrier a few kilometers to the west. It ran aground and was abandoned. It won't be easy, but it's the only place you got. Trigger, escort your wingman. Let's get to that carrier. That's all we can do.
Trigger, can you hear me? I somehow managed to land. It's your turn now. The carrier ran aground, but that shouldn't be a problem for you. I'll guide you down. 3,000 meters to carrier.
God, I'm trying to remember what mission 13 was. Oh, the missile silos. No, oh, actually, you're right. Both are actually really difficult. I love how in this game, like, your speed actually increases. Oh, I am so going to die. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, please. Thank you.
Nice work. You pulled off a perfect landing. Okay for the moment. Now the real challenge begins. Well, if it isn't the LRSSG, looks like our luck has turned.
That was actually really difficult. That is... I feel like... Okay, you know, here's my main criticism for this game. It's either too fast or too slow. It's one of the two. I would honestly say this game is actually more too fast, if anything. I did not like the missile silo one. Like, I'm actually... Like, the one... Okay, you know, here's actually what I'll say about the missile silo one. I'm glad once I ran out of time, it wasn't mission failure. And that's what I'm actually glad. And I feel like that's what it should have been. Because you're going to... You know, it's like, what happens in a battle? You adapt. You figure out what's going to happen, and you adapt. Like, every time I ran out of time, it's like, mission failed. It's like, no, why don't you just go into the second half and make the second half harder? Oh, now they're just throwing the MRP at you. You got more nicknames. I can't believe the princess is dead. Oh, now we have to see it from her perspective.
Hell, I can't just snap my fingers and make a plane. Believe me, I wish I could. Right now, we needed one. Bad. When we were coming over on the boat, I remember seeing an aircraft carrier. That gave me an idea. The Admiral Anderson. The name of an old sailor. When the first drone started attacking, the ship wasn't ready for battle yet. It was still in the dock, getting all rigged up. So they rushed to get her ready. I know about Anderson. In the previous Osean War, he was the commander of a ship that sent out the last fleet of jets. They say the deck was sloping so bad as it sank, the last plane barely made it off. Those fighters ended the war. That story gives me a little bit of hope, especially at a time like this. We're all in the same boat, like it or not. If this war keeps going on like it is, it'll be the end of everything. The military loaded this thing to the rafters with planes. Some were fighters that were going to be delivered to bases in occupied territory. It was hit before it could complete the mission. Jackpot. The hangars were loaded with goodies. This Scrap Queen's got work to do.
Mission 20, Dark Blue.
Trigger, everyone, listen up. The operation was a success. Erusian defense forces have been neutralized, and all Arsenal birds are down. However, those 2 new drones buzzing around have royally screwed up our plans. The Osean and Erusian coalition's air forces are in a sorry state thanks to them. We might not even have any viable aircraft left. According to the Scrap Queen, the drones are trying to use the space elevator's transmission capabilities to send their data to drone manufacturing plants across the continent. They're trying to strengthen their numbers. What's worse, their data contains a depth of war experience, so the newer aircraft will be more tactically advanced. If that's the case, this war will never end. We need to take both drones down no matter what it takes. We'll do it, so we have homes to go back to. Well, the Scrap Queen's on our side. She says she can make any aircraft fly. This is our final mission. Trigger, let's go. We've got a goddamn war to end.
Operation Aim Hush. Take down the new UAVs. 1st of November, 2019. Love the music. That was an Ace Combat 5 reference. You mean the Admiral Anderson? Honestly, I'm surprised I actually missed I'm sad, actually. I went to E3 and actually only got to play... Actually, I don't even think I got to play the demo of Ace Combat 5. I think I only got to watch. Just simply because of how freaking... how many people are actually at E3. And for reference, we're talking like 2004, 2005 here. It's been a while. It has been a while. Only 2 ships, huh? Well, at least they're there. That gives 80? That's it. I would be foolish not to get that. I would be foolish not to get that. Oh, do I actually have... I have more than enough. Okay, so the game gives you more than enough. Game gives you more than enough. I'd rather have 80. I'd rather have over 120 missiles. Or 220 missiles than what I would get. Nice jet, though. No, but what I actually was using for the most part was actually the F-14D here. I think actually out of this, I think I used... No, that was Avril's. Yeah, I think I used the F-104C here. Then I kind of just went to the 14D. I really stuck with that just simply because of the long-range air-to-air missiles there. Really useful, but they only give you 22. I gotta be honest, I kind of am mixed on this whole tree here. It works, but at the same time, it also is not the best solution. Like, I'm mixed on it. I really, really am mixed on it. Hypervelocity air-to-air missile. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of missiles I'm gonna have there. The F-22A, huh? And that F-22A. Stealth aircraft developed as part of the Advanced Technical Fighter Program. For the sake of stealth, the aircraft carries its weapons internally, but you can also carry an external weapons box. Its nickname is Raptor. Alright. I don't need acceleration. Give me the yaw, give me mobility, give me the Queen's Custom. You... Racial load limit. Racial lock-on range. Increase the homing missile. Let's see. Do I actually have... No, that's special bomb. The bombs. I need lock-on speed? Oh yeah, we're definitely equipping it. Wait, is it really just... That's just 8 missiles. I don't have some missiles and no missiles at all. And let's increase the power. GPB are good for air to ground. Yeah, I would believe that. I would believe that, considering most of this game is air to ground. Like, I'm glad the last mission was literally just air to air. I was actually, overall, I was actually enjoying myself. I will say that carrier, though, needle in a haystack, and you can't slow down or have enough stuff to get off of your back. Like, you really need a lot of missiles. That is a lot of missiles you actually need. It's honestly kind of ridiculous. Let's go.
Strider Squadron, takeoff prep complete.
I wonder if I really did kill the former president. I feel like I was framed.
Can I use this? Hey, can you hear me? That craft is in peak condition. I even buffed up the canopy for a nice shine, so you can really see the sky. Take care, Trigger. When you get back, let me know what you saw.
The 3 strikes. No nation.
Let me see that. Trigger, wish I could have flown with you. A dinged-up plane and an injured pilot would only slow you down. I feel for him now.
Take care. Whatever happens, it ends here. The outcome's mostly up to him.
I completely missed that, unfortunately. I remember I was pardoned.
So, this is the guy? Oh yeah, he's the one who took off just now.
We've got quite a few Erusians with us.
You see if they're sticking around, too. I don't care what country anyone's from. What counts is knowing who the real enemy is. Right, guys?
Affirmative. And I think everybody here knows the score. We all know who to follow. Commence mission. All aircraft follow Trigger.
Roger that.
Understood.
All right.
Understood. Roger.
The space elevator is able to broadcast and communicate.
Oh my god, right off the bat.
The only place capable of wide area data transmission. The drones are waiting for it to power up again.
Clever little bastards.
Go leader to launch captain. UAV is confirming right to travel. Mission commanded.
All aircraft converge on Skull Squadron. Surround and shoot them down.
Strider 3, copy. Let's do it, Ocean.
Wilco.
UAV reacting. Damn, they're fast. All aircraft stay sharp. Intercept now.
Ow! I've lost control. It's got... Go through, get out of there! This is going through. I'm hit! My ankle!
Salamander 3, Skull 2, lost. Damn it, that was quick.
I've never seen one fly this fast. Provide support.
Wait, there are other...
Friendly lost. Another confirmed down.
Damn it.
Enemy hit. Strider 1 got him.
What the heck?
The UAVs are equipped with laser weaponry. Watch where their nose is pointing.
Just like me, the complete copies of me. I've received some serious upgrades. Season 2, the separate units unit.
Seems to provide cover. Attention all aircraft. Launch detected from UAV. They're small drones.
These guys have quite the bag of tricks.
One small drone is down. Strider 1 got it.
Michael 2, do not try to follow the drone. Stick with Strider's lead plane.
Enemy on your back, Strider 2.
Wait, that was 4 missiles just for one thing? And they all missed, didn't they?
Salamander 4, above you. Hostile.
struck.
Rock 2. Locked on. Go down.
All aircraft, watch your six. Stay sharp. They'll creep up on you. There we go. One down. One down. Target is losing altitude rapidly.
That enemy is black smoke billowing from it. I saw it myself. Green strike is a real deal. One point left.
Ah.
Sol 2, evade, evade!
Just like the thighs.
Zone 2 lost. That's a good one, too.
Damn it! Damn it!
Friendly lost. The Salamander, Michael 3 has been shot down. We lost another one.
What the heck happened there?
All small drones are down. Well done. Time to focus on the prize.
Another hit. The only one getting anywhere out here.
What the?
Latch on and don't let go. An opening will come.
Missile.
Trigger's missile hit. That one looks like it hurt.
I think that's it.
Score to kill. Hell yeah! You finally did it! Way to shoot, Ace.
That felt a bit anticlimactic. Whoa. Never mind. That's not anticlimactic at all. What the heck happened here?
Look, it discarded its wings. What the? It's just like a UAV the Trigger shot down at Belgorod. Is that the prototype that Wiseman was talking about?
Oh, that is fast. Who the heck was Pilgrim?
Is it just me, or is that thing trying to read Trigger's reactions? It's observing Strider 1. It's like it's trying to learn from it.
Got him.
UAV is down. Radar signal is lost.
Our top ace, showing us how it's done.
That was definitely the most intense thing I've ever been in. I can't wait to tell my son about it.
The space elevator is just powered up. Looks like we made it in just the nick of time. Fortunately, you've prevented data that may have included Trigger's flying style from leaking. I've got a special bottle of wine for occasions like this. What do you say we open it?
Can you hear me?
She's alive?
Still one drone left.
Who the hell is that? More importantly, I thought Trigger destroyed all the drones.
It's thrown away its wings, yet it's still flying. Can anyone hear me? That aircraft needs to be taken care of.
She's right. I see something on the radar. The UAV is alive and kicking.
Oh!
The UAV went into the undersea tunnel. That tunnel leads to the space elevator.
No.
Trigger, you're gonna have to fly into the tunnel after the UAV.
Where's the escape vector?
There's enough space for him to turn beneath the elevator.
That's a suicide mission.
Oh.
Where are you going? We rely on Trigger too much. He's gonna need help.
You can't be serious, Count.
Yeah, well, you had no problem with Trigger doing the same thing.
Trigger's different.
We'll see.
I can't even see my objective here.
Don't worry. I learned something from my last squadron. Stick with Trigger, you'll make it.
I can't even see the goal here. Where? I can't see it. I literally can't see the tunnel. There it is. Oh my god, that is... You're kidding me. Alright. Oh, that is evil. That is evil. This is it, isn't it? Oh my god, it is. Jesus. Yeah, this is where I have a problem with the game actually controlling your speed.
Excellent. So you're both okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What makes you think that?
No time to explain. The radio will cut out soon. It'll take a short time for the drone to send over the data. You need to destroy it as fast as you can.
What the?
There it is. UAV spotted. We finally found it.
Ah. Okay, that is. This is what we call a dick move.
Where are you going? We rely on Trigger too much. He's gonna need help.
You can't be serious, Count.
Yeah, well, you had no problem with Trigger doing the same thing.
Trigger's different.
We'll see.
You damn fool.
I really don't like the fact that the game constantly is in control of your speed. Like, that's something that really sucks about this game. Like, I don't know why they made that decision. I think it's a really bad decision they actually did that. Because, like, you need to make hair-point turns in this.
Count, give me your status.
Like, look at this. I'm flying at 1,000 here by the Ace's decision here.
No time to explain. The radio will cut out soon. It'll take a short time for the drone to send over the data.
There it is. UAV spotted. We finally found it.
Well,
I heard some static when the gate closed. Do you think the UAV is operating the gates? Well, there goes our only way out. I thought we were gonna pull this off after making it through that maze. Don't worry, I'll think of something. I'll find us a way out.
this is... It's exciting, but at the same time, this is kind of rude.
We know where it's going. We can catch it.
Okay. See, this is why I'm glad I picked up the mobility. I would not be able to do this if I had the mobility. Oh, well, this is gonna... No, that was already closed. Oh, that's too close!
Damn it! It got me. I'm hit. Shit. My wings seem fine, but I'm losing thrust. Is it my engine? Definitely feels like it's my engine. I'm fine. I can still fly. My rudder's acting up. It's hard to keep level. I'm not getting much thrust, but I'll be okay. Uh-oh, that's quite the problem. It appears I can't get any more thrust. The drone is turning. It'll send its payload. Shoot it down, Trigger.
Oh my god, you're kidding me. Oh, crap! Oh! Stupid stall warnings. How's it going, CJ? You're back in perfect timing. I died. Again. Oh, thank goodness, that was a checkpoint.
Drone is turning. It'll send its payload. Shoot it down, Trigger.
What the? The heck? Oh no! I don't know what a repeater is, but I don't want to take a chance to find out. Alright. Oh my god, I have to do that too. 15 seconds? Are you? Nope. This is... Alright. Okay, so this is the problem. This game did not need to take control of your speed. At all. I would be... Like, I'm constantly fighting the speed of this game. I hate the fact I'm constantly being thrown up and down speeds that I can't control at all. I really hate that about this game, as well as the targeting. On. Okay. What the? Nope, I'm dead. Nope, I'm dead. I'm dead. I really wish I actually wasn't taught the advanced technique of how to turn quickly. I really wish I wasn't taught that, where you could hold the accelerator and the brake at the same time to speed up. Or to actually, quickly turn. Still not a fan of the, Oh. That was also not what I wanted. On load. I can't hit him like this. Oh no. Damn it. Yeah. I wish I could. I wish I could basically prevent the game from constantly shifting me up. It's really actually that's the problem I have with this game, actually. When I say it's too slow and too fast at the same time. I never get the chance. And I feel like this really comes down to the main problem of you're not able to actually shoot down anything with your machine gun. And I feel that even goes all the way back to Ace Combat 4 and such, is basically you're so reliant on missiles that you never actually get any machine gun play. And I get it. Machine guns aren't meant to be a super long-range weapon or anything like that. But this is a situation where you desperately, in an extremely confined space, you desperately need to be able to take control of your speed. But when you slow down, and this is the problem I had with the Canyon too, the moment you let go of that brake, the game is automatically speeding you up. It doesn't keep you at, let's say 300 knots. It immediately will start kicking you back up to 600. So you're constantly fighting the game to actually slow down when you want to. And it does the same in terms of inverse as well. Like the moment you let go of the accelerator, it'll start to decelerate you. A little weird, but it's not so bad. Like, because with so many missiles on you, you kind of want to be able to turn as quickly as possible. So usually if you're moving at a high speed, that's not going to be too much of an issue. But the problem is you can't actually really hold steady to actually shoot anything down with your gun. For one of those reasons, the other one being the constant missile lock on your ass. And second, you're not able to just actually turn as sharp as you would like. Also, I realized I need to go left instead of right. I know that's my fault now.
Drone is turning. You'll send its payload. Shoot it down, Trigger.
Why am I not even targeting that, am I? Also, the targeting system still sucks here. Also, did that thing just also decide it really did actually just decide it wants to turn around? I'm just gonna have to joust this thing, aren't I? It's probably actually gonna be the best thing to do. And I didn't account for my wing. I did not account for my wing. This kind of went from amazing and somewhat anticlimactic to being, oh my god, what the heck is this crap?
Drone is turning. You'll send its payload. Shoot it down, Trigger.
I can't slow down fast enough in this game. Like, I get they didn't want you to stall. I completely get.
Drone is turning. It'll send its payload. Shoot it down, Trigger.
Ah, come on. There. Finally. Can I actually take care of the repeaters in time?
Yeah, baby.
Finally.
Hey, I'm being serious here. That's right. We're going home. I thought of a way out of here. The space elevator. The windbreak is hollow, and there's no ceiling all the way up.
You're kidding.
Not sure if my bird can handle it, though. Fly! I know you can make it! I'll attempt a belly landing. Get out of here! Everyone's waiting for you!
I would, except the game doesn't let you stop and turn the way you need to.
Into the middle column. That'll lead inside the windbreak. I'm going to wait until I have less fuel, but I have no choice. Attempting to land. I don't think my plane will make it. Anyway, here goes.
I'm gonna lose count.
Come on, baby, stay with me just a bit more.
Nope.
Should we send in an evac team?
We can't give up. We have to wait.
Like, the game is actually controlling me at 1,000 speed.
We're all waiting. A world of darkness needs a light to shine. We're waiting for that beacon of light.
Look, it's Trigger. Strider 1 has returned to radar.
They did it! That's our Trigger!
He's a damn hero.
No doubt. You're better than me.
Where's Strider 2? Damn it. Does anyone have eyes on Count?
Wish y'all could have seen that.
You damn fool. What's your position?
Watching Trigger climb. I guess it's my fate to watch from down below.
Yeah, well, we're all in the same boat there.
Yeah, well, I guess we are.
We're sending help. Give us your coordinates.
Directly under the space elevator. Elevation is minus 500 meters.
Minus? Hey, Trigger. You dumbass. Tell me something. What color's the sky up there?
We're on our way back from our 7-year mission to the asteroid belt. I can't tell you how proud I am to be the first to land at
Wait,
this
what was that
spaceport.
transmission?
This is Captain Kay Nagase of the spaceship Pilgrim 1. The ocean of stars in our galaxy is finally within our reach. To the pilot who generously gave this spaceship a place to dock, we are forever grateful. The universe lies ahead of us, waiting to be discovered. And now, at last, we have a gateway to ascend to it, over and over again.
It's all coming together for me. Today was the day, the moment of her return.
I salute the pilot who gave us all a future.
I need to find a copy of Ace Combat 5, it sounds like.
To skies unknown, the path to mankind's vast future remains standing, Granddad.
Hey, they said the subtitle. I'm hoping this is credits.
The refugees built the settlement for themselves at the base of the space elevator. A humanitarian mission from Yuktovania airdropped some supplies for them again today. Thanks to the princess, the whole world was pitching in to help these people. Handing out the relief supplies would have been a perfect gig for that anarchist dude. But since he's dead now, the job went to the guy from Belka, George.
Aww.
I guess Tabloid got that new system he wanted in the end.
Or Tabloid.
Mihai's granddaughters are helping out too. Mihai. That cranky old geezer's here with us too.
I never wanted to create anything, and now here I am, clinging to life. Watching as my grandchildren and their generation make a new future for themselves and the world. Is this my punishment then? All I do is lie here, wasting away. I'll never know the freedom of flying the open skies ever again. I've been grounded, and my wings have been clipped.
You know what having peace in the world means? It's being able to die in your own bed at a ripe old age. Peace is what those girls are working so hard for here. We got a bunch more refugees today. And the princess? She's looking to the stars. Dark blue. To the heavens and beyond.
Can you hear me?
I have a love-hate relationship with this game now. I love the narrative. And the voice acting was top-notch. So now, Katabuchi, you should be proud of yourself. Good job on the story. And then Japanese Ace Combat 3 happens, proving that they learned nothing. Well, of course. Honestly, you're always going to have strife and conflict. Let's be honest. You're always going to have a war story. Although I did not know things happened in a different order. I thought the games were chronological. Interesting. I do appreciate that they actually made it their own world and such. I'll be honest, more people, it's like, if you want to do realism, don't be afraid to actually use modern day stuff, but you don't create your own world. It's not that hard to just name your own continents, name your own people and such. Okay, it may be a bit difficult, but be honest, it's a lot better than saying, oh, let's have every pop culture reference be connected to your game for a week and then completely forgotten versus being like a good story. Because Ace Combat 3 happens in 2040. Wow. That is impressive. Was Ace Combat 3... No, Ace Combat 3 must have been for the PlayStation. It would have to be, because I think Ace Combat 4 was the first of the PlayStation 2 ones. Okay, it was PS1. Gotcha. Honestly, like I said, it's weird that a lot of the missions in this game are so ground-based. Like, not even really naval-based, actually, now that I think about it. I don't like the fact that the game does take control of your throttle. Reliance on missiles, that's kind of a Ace Combat staple, honestly. It really is. Yeah, that sounds disgusting for 5, though. They don't give you enough missiles, forcing you to go to guns. Yeah, you'd have to nail it just right then to actually go to guns. Control button layout, or the button layout itself, it's a mix. I have mixed feelings on it. I'm glad I went with the expert style, because I don't think I'd be able... I think, if anything, they definitely thought about it, and you definitely can do the stealth missions using the normal controls, but it definitely is more enjoyable using the expert. But trying to actually get the Like, I could definitely see why, like, getting the turning and such in the game being really difficult. They end up using the space shuttles again in 3, so I guess in the next 21 years it got destroyed. Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. It would not surprise me at all. I think if anything, they were definitely ambitious, though, trying to play off both sides and actually going so far to actually combine them together. I'm also surprised that the princess is alive. Really shocked, actually, considering that, yeah, she should have been dead. But yeah, so many of the missions in this game are ground missions, and I usually have no problem with that, but I kind of needed some leeway. Yeah, the Count living was also kind of a surprise, actually. There you go, Bang Zoom. No wonder why they had so many voice actors that sounded familiar. Yeah, Tabloid died trying to saving the granddaughters. Or actually not even saving the granddaughter, saving just a kid. Literally just saved a kid. That, like, he deserved better. He deserved better. Like I said, I very much have a love-hate relationship with this game. I hate the fact that... I think I probably hate more things involving the missions or the gameplay itself than I do the, Like, to me, the story was honestly the best part of the game. The gameplay itself, it's not terrible, but they definitely went for, like, people who are the hardcore of the Ace Combat player base. Like, at normal difficulty. Like, at Mission 5 is when I started just getting destroyed. And I feel part of that has to do with the talent tree. I feel like that's part of the issue. Instead of having, like, just pick your plane and that plane has special weapons, they actually made it so if you want more missiles, you gotta buy the bigger planes, and those planes are better in every capacity. Champ deserved worse, maybe. I'm trying to think who else, actually. Couple people, actually, in the spare unit I feel sorry for. Reaching new heights, what a wonderful world. Jeez. I was wondering why there was, like, more enemies all of a sudden spawning. No, that ending part there. That was just really rough. Free card also, for free card. He didn't deserve it. He definitely didn't deserve it. But yeah, man, that is... Like, I feel like if I could have just stayed at a steady 300, I would have gotten through the tunnel my first time through. Like, I would have been able to actually adjust my course with yawing and then be able to speed up. But because the game constantly makes you speed up, then you're dealing with an issue. That last area, though, with the fighting that AI, or fighting that last drone there, I feel like that was kind of a too tight of an area. That was literally a straight up. You could not turn fast enough at all to get that. How long did this mission actually take me? It took me 15 minutes total. Just to actually get through everything. That is a lot for a first completion bonus. They really definitely wanted you to get the last ship in whatever path you were going through. I am glad I kept my purchases to a minimum. My biggest problem with the aircraft tree is you can sell it back? I didn't even know that. You got all the mage skins, you got all the spare skins, you got all the strider skins. You also got one or more new emblems. You can now change aircraft skins in campaign mode. And I can change aircraft emblems. Oh, you can't. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think if anything, and I'll be honest, I completely missed it. I didn't even know there was a multiplayer with this game. Like, I bought this years later. You know, I know that this game only came out in 2019, but you know what I'm saying. You know, like when most likely any sort of chance of people playing this game multiplayer actually occurred. And also new aircraft, apparently. Data viewer, campaign data, campaign records. So if you stretch your budge, you can get one cool jet. Hope you made a good choice because you're going to be using it for a while. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a deal. Sortie data. How many times you've beaten it. Kill count. Really? Not going to show me how many times I died? Come on, show me how many times I died. Sortie count. So I used the F-14D 6 times, used the F-16C 5 times, the FA-18F 5 times, the F-22A 1 time, and the F-35C 3 times. And then there's the Mirage and Gripen, which I also own, but I don't think I use them at all. Honestly, that last plane there, I think, covers your bases with how many missiles you've gotten. Honestly, it's actually going to be hard for me. Will I actually want to go play this game again? Probably not. Just for the simple reason I played this game for the story. You can get the 21, the MiG-21 for free, doesn't count. Oh, well that's good to know. Like, I think if anything you're going to play this game, play it because you actually like flights, you know, flight arcade games, but at the same time you're going to be playing this game for the story. You gotta have a heart of stone to be able to want to play through this game in terms of the gameplay, because it just focuses so much on the ground, and it probably would have been a better game if you were flying a helicopter instead. Because there were so many times you wish you could just slow down. Because there were not many dogfights. I also will say one other thing about it, not like looking back on it. It feels like the game distracts you with the dogfights. Because there's so many... I always wonder if you're not in Ace Combat, I wonder how much you get out of the story. I think if anything, here's the thing when it comes to a lot of stories. Sometimes a good story can be written where the story stands up on its own. And I feel like the way this narrative actually does, and like that's kind of there's two types of stories you tell. You have a character-driven story or you have a narrative-driven story. And I feel like with the way Ace Combat does with its stories, and I think actually why I liked Ace Combat 4 so much is that, yeah, sure, you're a character, but in terms of the narrative, you're not at the forefront at all. Like, yeah, you play the character who will make the difference here, you know, so you're playing the war hero, but the people who actually have to basically experience things and how things change around them and such, they're the ones who actually have the more interesting story to tell. Because a lot of your story as the pilot happens during the missions themselves. And to me, that's more than enough. But I actually like the fact that you have, you know, stories like Metal Gear Solid. You have stories like Ace Combat, where it's not like hammering the fact like war is bad. It's telling a character-based story from their perspective, going into their own personal thoughts and such. You know, they might be an important character, they might not be an important character. The boy in Ace Combat 4. He's just a boy. Admiring Yellow Squadron. And you get to listen to his thoughts and feelings through his point of view. And not many games are actually good at... Not many people actually are good at writing that type of story. So even if you do miss all the callbacks, I'll be honest, I missed all the callbacks. I don't even think, like, you really have an... Like, this game, I think, if anything, gameplay... If you really want me to critique the story here, I feel like, honestly, it was kind of a weird miss, actually. Like... Why... It makes me wonder, it's like, why... Like, yeah, the Doctor had a purpose for the drones, you know, the purpose for peace, basically. But, of course, apparently these Balkans here have apparently... Yeah, sure, we'll just always cause problems around the world and just always cause wars. I don't really feel like it had an anti-war message. This game definitely didn't have a... You know, it's like... Can't help you if you're actually trying to write a pro-war message. I don't think that would be very compelling, honestly, as a story to actually read. You can get away with writing a good anti-war message, but I don't think this game had an anti-war or pro-war message. It feels like it wanted to actually tell a story about technology, if anything else. But it kind of didn't do anything with it. It didn't go the distance. I honestly was expecting, in my expectations, actually, it's like, you know, they're talking about drones. They're playing up drones. Great, cool. You know, like something you can relate to today and stuff. Are we over-reliant on drones? Are we using drones too much? I honestly expected, it's like, why am I not fighting just an army of drones? And times I was fighting an army of drones. But for the most part, I actually wasn't. Because everything was a ground mission. There was no, like, just a massive incentive. It was a bomber, and those bombers contained people. It wasn't drones being bombers containing people. And they could have gone with, like, an anti-drone message, or the worries of an over-reliance on technology in pursuit for peace. It could have gone in that angle. It sort of went in that angle, but instead it went with more of... And I feel like this is why it wasn't an anti-war message. It was more like, yeah, only people deserve to fly in the skies. To fight for some weird reason. So I don't think this game has that sort of thing. Like, I'll be honest, like the missions where you don't know what your friendlies are and stuff. Those were interesting missions. I wish I could have identified them from a little bit further away. I feel like at times I was ready to hit the dirt. And at times I did hit the dirt. Just to be able to actually identify them and still miss. I still think this game's targeting system is absolutely terrible. Actually, you know, I want to check something. I want to check something this will actually make me feel like an idiot or feel a whole lot better. Let me take a look here. No, that's not where we need to go. Where are controls? Controls! Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, good. At least I won't feel like an idiot. You only had one button to change target. That was whoever designed that AI for the targeting system did a terrible job. An absolutely terrible job. And what's actually weird about that change targeting system, you hold down the change target button, it will switch. Like the camera will literally warp over to that target. I don't understand why. That is a weird choice. Like, I could understand tapping, and tapping to me should be nearest neighbor. Nearest neighbor targeting system, hold down the button, you're aiming at an objective. It really should have been that binary. If you're going to go with a one button, like Strike Suit Zero, I had the same complaints about their targeting system. They literally had whatever was in front of you. It wasn't nearest neighbor, but it was literally what you could visually see, or it had objective. In my opinion, they told a more compelling story in 3 missions with the DLC missions. Unfortunately, I don't own the DLC, so this is where my adventure ends, unfortunately. Like I said though, graphically, I have no complaints about the graphics. Graphics are absolutely amazing. You may laugh at the cardboard dog. I don't know. I think if anything, the people were well done in terms of animation. If they could actually turn those into like actual models to not be in a cinematic, that would honestly be at the level of what they pulled off with Final Fantasy 15. Just don't copy paste all your NPCs though. Oh, that was a game. No, but I feel like you could always appreciate. It's kind of like the same thing. I think you could always appreciate playing an Ace Combat game in the same way you would play a Final Fantasy game for the story. I feel like they're always written in a way that you could at least enjoy them. Even if you're not familiar with all the other Ace Combat games like I am. So that's going to do it for me tonight here. We definitely went over our normal time here, but that's fine. I really wanted to beat this game tonight, and apparently Cortana just really wanted to tell me something. I totally get it if you didn't like this enough to want them. This was very average. I didn't get them just simply because of affordability. That's the reason. It's nothing actually against the game itself. It is absolutely nothing against the game itself. Like, I'll say this right now. Namco Bandai doesn't exactly do... DLC costs too much. DLC usually costs too much. At least for me. Like, I don't have a big disposable income. To put it in perspective, I bought 3 games in 2020. 3. That was it. Nothing else. Primarily reason I actually have this whole series of Beat the Backlog is I can't afford games anymore. They're too expensive. I don't have an income that lets me support it. I've been doing my damnedest to try and actually get multiple careers to try and actually have a disposable income and financial independence, but I don't have it. Like, honestly, it really sucks. And it's the same thing, like, I'm always buying games basically extremely late. They will push it to $70. I will tell you that right now, game developers will push that to $70 because the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X is out now. Because the answer is always... The answer is always bigger... bigger budgets and because the development time. And it's because they're trying to always do something ambitious. And here's the thing about it. To be fair, if you actually analyze the cost of games, overall, it actually... I'm not going to justify the $70. $70 is too much. Because we've had so much wage stagnation. Wage stagnation is a blight on the United States of America, and it's probably one of the reasons why you have more people falling into poverty, rather than maintaining or increasing their home wealth. If you really want to get political, there's my political hot take there. I think, if anything, the video game industry, one of the reasons this actually has maintained and thrived is because, more or less, they've actually extremely resisted actually increasing the price, not the cost, but the price of games, for the average consumer. Going from 50 to 60 was actually a major hit. That was a major hit. Going from basically 60 to 70, that hurts even more. That hurts even more. That is reaching there. And it really hurts when your game... and I feel like the other problem is a lot of game developers feel like they have to make a game involving every single genre. I am afraid to play open world games for that very reason. I personally would prefer a game that I could get that is focused like Ace Combat here, and I know what I'm getting. I'm getting a flight sim game. I'm getting an RPG. I'm getting that. I don't think it's AAA bubble. Because here's the problem with that. When people think AAA, what it actually should mean is that it's the publisher. But the problem is with the game industry, you don't really have a lot of AAA studios. You have, if anything, I could only think of 5 publishers right now off the top of my head. Nintendo, Sony, EA, Activision, and... oh man, what's the last one? Oh, I'm blanking here. I wanted to say Bethesda. 2K. That's it. That's all you really have in terms of publishers. Everyone else is either they're an indie dev. Ubisoft. Actually, no, you're right. Never mind. 6. Let's be honest. The only reason I always forget Ubisoft, I don't buy a lot of their games. I don't buy open world games and stuff. Last game I bought from them was literally For Honor and Rainbow Six Siege. Both solid games. Like, I'll even say, yeah, but here's the thing, though. When people say bubble usually means there's a massive amount. There is a surge. A massive increase. Video game industry's history in terms of publishers and what we were defined as a AAA studio has done nothing but decrease over the years. At least in terms of publishing. Because you never think about the developer. You'll always think about the publisher. And the publisher is what most people actually think of when they think of AAA. And that's an extremely small amount of actual... like, we're getting flooded with more games, but the actual bubble, if anything... and it's the reason... it's kind of the same thing with, like, why I'm probably not going to ever have a career on terms of streaming or YouTube. This is a hobby, unfortunately. And it's like, oh, what was it? I was laughing, actually, reading about, on Twitter. Let's talk about OnlyFans for a second. How was it? Apparently, more women are flocking to OnlyFans and such. And it's like, yeah, the reason why they're not making money is because it's the same reason why people do streaming. It's the same reason people do DoorDash. It's the same reason people do Uber and Lyft. They are freelancing to try and get money, but the actual amount of opportunity and the chances of actually becoming big are insignificant. I would have a bigger chance getting struck by lightning and winning the lottery than probably actually getting a career here on Twitch or YouTube. And it's the same thing if I went to OnlyFans and such. Because there's millions and millions of people at it, and it's called a bubble. Bitcoin, same deal. You have a lot of people buying into it. I wouldn't say this. I would say, if anything, it's like the big problem is basically you have a AAA monopoly over anything else, actually, with the game industry. And that's it's not the reason why, it's not the complete reason why your prices are going to increase to $70. But it definitely is a major factor, because is it going to be the company going to take cut from their profits, or are they just going to push that onto the consumer and appease their shareholders and consistently raise their stocks? It's always going to be the latter. Because we have to follow Apple's model of constant, consistent growth. It's why... let's talk about this Dow Jones for a second. The Dow Jones is not the economy. But it's why you look at 2020, we should have had a full-on recession. No, the stock market went up. Stock market went up. It's past 30,000. It's 31,000 now. It is absolutely out of control when it should have actually had a spiraling descent. But has done the exact opposite. Because the government focused on bailing out more than anything else. Games are going past the century mark before the decade ended out. Oh, man. Really? The century mark? 100 years? Oh, you mean like they're gonna cost $100? Is that what you mean? I don't know about that. The game industry, like, the game industry has a weird. It's very unconventional, like a lot of other corporations and stuff. You point out on most corporations and stuff, you'll have that person who's basically going to be the growth and profit at all costs and such. The game industry has a very interesting foundation. And that foundation will change. The foundation, if anything, has changed and it is shifting. And it could actually very much move in towards the standard growth at all costs and stuff. It could basically be, you know, and it really just comes down to who are you actually putting in the positions of influence, of power. You know, who, you know, it's like, it's the same thing, was it? Like, my brother taught me something very interesting, actually. The moment you lose the founders of your company, or the visionary, it'll take about 5 years for that company to basically fall apart or completely lose its vision. And I think the only reason why you don't have a lot of other companies and stuff basically go completely bankrupt is because we are in an age of monopolies. We are in an age of major monopolies. More powerful than ever before. Historically, the video game industry has crashed twice before. Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely right. We've had video game crashes, but the crashes are dependent on the content and the developers. And we are in a very interesting time where it's the same reason why everyone is struggling about copyright. We're struggling about copyright because copyright law was intended for companies. They weren't intended for a single individual to be producer, director, video editor, artist, graphic designer, musician, you know, basically, Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins there as he's playing every single instrument at once. Hey, how's it going, Andrew? First day on? We're actually closing. Sorry, man. We're ending. The stream should be ending, but honestly, when you get to very interesting rants and such, that's what happens. That's what happens. Sorry, Andrew. We just beat Ace Combat 7 here. I have a love-hate relationship with it. I love the story. I hate the missions. There's too many ground missions. I wanted more dogfighting in my game. It's not terrible, though. The gameplay plays overall fine. You definitely better be a hardcore pilot. Ace Combat 4 is... I feel like Ace Combat 4 was probably the only other game people really played, and I love to say it. A tsundere you could say about that? Sure, go for it. I love anime. I do enjoy anime. Yeah, yes, I played Ace Combat 4. Loved it. Yellow Squadron, and if anything, that's the reason why I finally actually bought, this game, actually, when it was on sale. Because it's been ages. It's like, you know what? I wanted to actually get a flying game. And I wanted to try it, because it has been decades. I completely missed 5. I didn't play any of the other Ace Combat games. And... back when I was growing up and such, like, it was one of my aspirations, actually, to be a pilot. I couldn't, because I was apparently diagnosed as colorblind. But it's weird, you actually, like, have me do, like, it depends on the test. Like, you give me the bubble test, yeah, colorblind. You actually have me organize colors in a row? Yeah, I'll get it. No problem. Really bad graphics? Well, you can't expect... honestly, you can't expect everything to, look great on modern displays. I would actually say this. If you can get an actual CRT television and actually play that game again in its intended resolution of 480i and not on a flat screen, it will actually look a lot better. The resolution and the size of your actual monitor does matter. I have an upscaler, and even then, like, I will still suffer things like jagged movements and stuff. And it really is just the way a lot of our televisions are now just designed. Huge difference between you're actually using, you know, a radio tube versus an LCD display, even if it can actually display it at that resolution. But no, like I said, I always have a lot of thoughts about the video game industry. I never really get to talk about them because not many people want to ask, like, ever want to ask those questions and stuff or listen to those sort of things. Because usually there's, you know, it's always beware of the people who act like a know-it-all and try to be the Rush Limbaughs and such. Because more or less, if you end up listening, like, you can, like, don't listen to radio shows expecting the host to actually be, expecting to be the like, your visionary, your guru and stuff. Because chances are, no, I wouldn't listen to Joe Rogan for any advice at all, unless it was for comedy. That would be my, like, that's his expertise, is comedy. Him talking about every single event in the world and stuff. Same thing with, like, H3H3, Rush Limbaugh, any sort of shock jock you could think of and stuff. No, they have very specific things that they are actually experts in. But chances are, when they're actually talking about 99% of other things, yeah, don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. You're old enough to remember when Ace Combat 4 looked beyond amazing? Look, I streamed The Bouncer, man. Honestly, that game had set a lot of precedent for the future of Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts and such. Those games looked amazing for the time. And I loved it. You're talking to a guy who... like, you're talking to an old guy. You're talking to an old guy. Yeah, you, that lull is very deserved for The Bouncer. That is a lull-worthy game and such. I still love it, but at the same time, it is very... You definitely deserves the lulls. It's only, like, recently I finally, like, people apparently told me, it's like, oh, that game went full Nomura. That is exactly what I was talking about. Like, that is... like, there was a time where it's like, you know what, we gotta show our best. Like, The Bouncer was a tech demo game. You can't convince me otherwise. That is a full-on tech demo game for how amazing they actually made those cinematics for that time. Even though you could get that one moment where Ko's face looks extremely goofy. But, like I said, that's gonna do it for us tonight. We're wrapping up here. Let me take a look and see who's streaming here. Who's actually streaming here? All right, we got a few people actually. We got the completionist here. Looks like he's actually streaming Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game that came out on the Switch. Speaking of Ubisoft, that game is published by Ubisoft. They didn't do a damn thing in terms of improving the game. Not a darn thing. That game is a straight port. I love my beat 'em ups, actually. That is probably, if anything, one of my other favorite genres, actually, to play. Is a good old-fashioned beat 'em up. We also got Smite. If you've never heard of Smite, it's S-M-I-G-H-T. He is currently playing La Mulana 2. Yeah, if you love mystery game, what's it? A platforming mystery game where you quite literally have to pull out an actual physical notebook and piece of pen and paper. Yeah, that is a very interesting game to actually play. I would highly recommend that. And finally, we have got X-Foe. He's playing Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. And it looks like he's playing the classic mode that just got added as Bloodstained was a Kickstarter game, and they made an official 2D Castlevania style in there. I'm going to give a host over to Smite. He actually streams every Sunday at 5 p.m. The Arcade Pit. If you're a huge fan of the old game shows like Video Power and Nick Arcade, you definitely want to check out at Smite at 5 p.m. Pacific time. He does a game show where even you could actually sign up to actually be a contestant on the show. There's no prize money or anything like that. It literally just to have a good time, playing some retro games, testing your knowledge on video games, and having some fun. I would highly recommend watching Smite because it's one of the few good game shows you'll be able to watch on Twitch. There's a point where they didn't improve a damn thing to that game. Sounds like a selling point. I feel like, honestly, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World has so much of a cult following, they don't understand how bad the DLC actually was. But you're right, though. That can be a good selling point. That can be a good selling point. But there is something they definitely could improve. The online. I don't know how it is, though, but I would be very skeptical on, like, if they didn't improve the DLC, which they desperately needed, yeah, they definitely hope to. I hope they improve the online. That's my personal take on it. Hope they do. But that's gonna do it for us tonight, though. Thank you very much for watching. Next on Monday, I'll be back on Monday. I will find it's on the Switch. The online is Carbo. Careful. Let's be careful about assuming there. I honestly hope, though, it's actually at least playable, or at least decent there. But on Monday, though, I'll be back, and we'll be finding another game to beat in my backlog. I feel like this might be the year where I just start to market myself as just beating all of my games in my collection. Kind of just go as hard as possible, finding games in my collection, though. And also writing reviews for my blog. I feel like that's the other thing I want to try and do. But, until then, though, thank you very much for watching. Have yourselves a good weekend. And until then, take care.